But have you asked why it was half a shekel? There's a reason why it was a half a shekel. Well, it was a census, but half a shekel because each human being is only half a soul. We don't. We believe a full soul is a married couple. One person and one kitty. Sorry, no. I don't think you guys can hear her purring. Her purr's pretty quiet. I think my camera isn't focusing as well as it used to. I'm not sure. Or maybe it's focusing better than it used to. And I got new headphones, so hopefully these headphones will stay. And apparently they have left and right. What's the deal with the gold dust water? Good question. So I'm pretty sure I read somewhere that there's some idea that kind of like the hair of the dog that bit you type thing, you know? Um, she really likes the cursor. Sometimes I play like the bitter waters with the bitter tree. Not sure exactly what you're referring to, but kind of like the serpent, the statue of the serpent being, because although the Talmud says "Ein Kadagor Nasa Sanagor," um, but which means that which is that which is Kadagor means like attacking. Uh, Sanagor means defending. Hello, Chezi. Exodus 15:22 through 26. We could do the Bible thing. Wow, she actually lets you hand hold her. Yeah, she's actually. I mean, She even let me very easily clip her claws. She's actually very, very easy to manhandle. And she just kind of falls asleep when I told her. Okay, let's do the Bible thing. So let's pull up Sepharia. Exodus 15, 22 to 26. Okay. וישא משה את ישראל מים סוף ויצאו אל מדבר שור וילכו 3 ימים במדבר ולא מצאו מים. ויבואו מרתה ולא יכלו לשתות מים ממרה כי מרים הם. She woke up. She doesn't like bitter waters. על כן קרא שמה מרה. וילינו העם על משה לאמור מה נשתה. They're always yelling. They're always complaining. ויצעק אל הוויה. ויורהו Hashem. And God gave him a Torah. Showed him. Pointed out a tree. וישלח אל המים וימתקו המים שם שם לו חוק ומשפט ושם נישאו. Interesting. I mean, it doesn't say that the tree itself was bitter, but let's see what the commentaries say. Where do you want to go? Rashi says, Sam Sham, Sam Lo. At Marah, he gave them a few sections of the Torah in order to that they might engage in the study thereof. The sections containing the command regarding. Whoa, you're an apostate now?
It's a joke. Sorry, I interrupted.
It's quite all right. I was just reading a Rashi. How you doing?
Good.
What did I do with my drink of water? I got myself some water to have here when I'm doing the Just Chatting, and I left it in the kitchen. I will be right back.
Good.
So, Yehonatan.
Yes. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing fine. I'm running solo tonight. My wife and the baby are out of town, and I'm just with the boys. You got the cat. So it just felt like a good time to come hang out.
How old is the baby?
Baby is just over 5 months.
Oh.
Yeah. So.
Shadow's also 5 months old.
Yeah. Our kitty doesn't have her teeth anymore.
Oh.
Yeah. So, but she's also like at least 15.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Getting shadow spayed seems like it might end up being really expensive. My own vet charges $700. It's like,
It's rough.
yeah, it's like, do I really need to get her spayed? But hopefully one of these spay associations will handle it.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea. The behavioral things make it extra bad, even if she's contained.
Really?
Yeah, they go into heat and they just start going kind of crazy.
Mm.
I've seen it, not my cat, but other cats. Yeah, it's quite a thing.
Mm. I see.
So I opened up a can of worms in the discourse.
On the Discord? Which Discord?
Or
My Discord?
Yeah, your Discord. Yeah, I don't.
Oh, with the Israel stuff?
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't. Yeah, believe it or not, I was not intending to throw a incendiary grenade in the middle of it, but it definitely brought some people out of the woodwork.
Well, I mean, Schlief, he actually lives in Israel, and uh, he is like some of my friends who had high hopes for secular Zionism. Um, I mean, the collapse of the Israeli left over the past 20 years has been absolutely, I mean, it was shocking to me how they collapsed.
Yeah, but I mean, from my perspective on the outside, just kind of coming in very late in this game, it to hear that it's been collapsing for this long, it feels like they've been in power for a long time, right? Or at least
The
implicitly,
left, there
yeah,
has not really been a, I mean, labor, I mean, here, let me
well,
pull
like
up.
labor left, but like anti-religious, progressive, kind of like wokish, if that's a good like analogous term, but not like your classic like communist, like uh, labor left, but definitely not a right wing / religious or like religious Judaism kind of coalition. Yeah.
Well, I mean, okay, well, I mean, you're talking about the difference between the religious and the secular right.
Yeah, sure. Like, I mean, what's the religious left?
There is no religious left.
Right, right,
There is a secular left,
right.
although I mean, I guess the Muslim religious things tend to all vote with the left.
But only
Uh,
because that's good for them politically, but it's like the enemy of my enemy is my friend, right?
yeah, I don't know if it's only because of that. I mean, when you look at like the three, I think there's some 3 million Israeli Arabs. Um, like they don't want to live in the rest of the Middle East either. Like the people who are actually Israelis, like they, it's a difficult place to be in. I mean, if you're an Arab Israeli Muslim,
Yeah.
um, and I mean, how many? Let me see. Israel demographics. This is why it's kind of a little bit easier just to be a non-Zionist and just say a pox on all your houses. Um, okay, total population by uh, Okay. So ethnic and religious groups. Jews, 6.5 million, of which 1 million are Haredi.
Hmm.
Arabs, almost 2 million, and 400,000 others, for a total of almost 9 million.
So I was watching the Slippery Slope episodes. So I watched volume one after I watched volume two. I'm not sure if I shared volume one or the first, the part one in the Discord, but I the clearly progressive left guys, boomers.
Haaretz, I like to call them, which
Yeah,
Haaretz is actually a derogatory term in Hebrew for um, the simple folk,
yeah.
but Haaretz is also the newspaper that uh, these people like. You
I mean,
can
they're just such like boomer leftists that are clearly in decline, and they're just like it's so obvious that they're just. I mean, we it was like every Jesuit that I met, like it was just
boomer
it's.
leftists.
I just felt bad for them, and they're so alarmist. But like the thing I wanted to say is like they were saying something like, oh, 70,000 protesters out there, and like, and being like, putting this in perspective, it's like, the relative populations. And so they like
Mm,
basically try to like make this case that like on an absolute basis, it'd be as if like a million people were protesting in the US or something absurd. And I'm like, well, that's not, you can't just inflate the pie and say proportionally it matters. Like, I'm sorry,
well,
but like, it's this minority.
yeah, but I mean, honestly, Schliff said that there were some 500,000 protesters, and I could believe it because in Israel, protesting is a national sport. Especially, I mean, it's a national sport for all people who aren't religious. Like, this is their religiosity. For secular Zionists,
Yeah,
secular Zionism is the totality of their religion. So for secular Jews, their religion is either Zionism
right.
or the Holocaust. Those are the two religions that they have.
Yeah,
And it's like they define being Jewish as either supporting the state of Israel or hating the Nazis. And it's like, that's not a religion, people. But
yeah.
that they want that to be a religion, and it it de facto is their religion. So what do I do with that?
What do you think about this idea, though, that like the irony of the democratic process overthrowing democracy, like at least in their words, right? They think it's some fascist state, and of course they try to tie it back to saying like, oh, that's what happened in Germany in the
Germany,
1930s.
and they keep on talking about Hungary and Poland, and they're right
Well,
in a
okay,
sense.
yeah, but sure, but just because a democratic votes in an autocratic power does not make that power fascist, right wing, anti-Semitic, right?
it's
Like, I
it's
mean,
not even autocratic. That's the problem they have. Okay, you have to understand, Israel's government is ramshackled and put together with duct tape and chewing gum.
yeah,
The the Knesset kind of sort of maybe a little bit is like the House of Commons in England. And so, like the House of Commons, it has total sovereignty. Okay?
yeah,
Complete sovereignty. And it has a bunch of basic laws, which the only, like, there is nothing beyond a majority vote in the Knesset to decide how things are run. There's no constitution. there are these basic laws which create like everything else in a way that's rather murky and nebulous, and it worked mostly because all the people who ran everything were in the army together and lived in the same fashionable part of Tel Aviv.
I mean, is it a strict oligarchy or more of like an aristocracy, or like maybe those two are not at odds, but like the way you describe it, it's like it's a diffuse monarchy, right? Because the
I
sovereignty is
hate to say
interconnected.
it, but the closest thing is a military dictatorship. It's people go serve in the army,
Yeah.
and they make friends, and the people who served in the army and did well become the elite of the society.
Yeah. But I mean that doesn't explain why that group is, at least historically, has been like a leftist secular
Yes,
Zionist.
it does. The religious don't serve in the army.
Oh, that's right. Oh, actually, and that was the thing they were saying is like, well, this whole thing will eventually peter out anyways within 100 years because all the Haredi Torah studiers all day long that don't work and don't join the army, eventually that's unsustainable.
Yeah.
And they of course insinuated that, well, I shouldn't say of course, but they insinuated that they're not actually studying even 8 hours a day, because who could do that? I was like, I think that's sort of disingenuous. Like, it's
Okay.
hard,
Well,
but not
okay.
everybody can do it.
Look, there are definitely religious people who are religious. There are definitely religious people who are not religious. This is part of a big part of the problem within Judaism is you have the FFBs, the from birth,
Okay.
right? And a certain portion of the FFBs are people who would be much, much happier if they weren't religious, but all their family is religious. And it's the lifestyle that they have. And they don't actually care about the religion at all, but they live in it and it's their lifestyle. And so and some of them tend to actually be very bitter about it. And that's where the dislike between the FFBs and the BTs comes into play. Like, some of them are like, F you guys, without you guys we would be less religious, and maybe my family would let me drive on the Sabbath and use a computer and like all the things I want to do and not have so many kids.
But they have so many kids, and they study and are in yeshiva and everything, and
they're keeping up with they're living in the, and
I mean, I get it. That's it makes total sense. It's just they're keeping up with the Joneses, and they're in the Joneses is Haredi Judaism from birth. That's
yep.
I mean, I think Christianity sort of has that problem in terms of, like, at least just people who sort of, they swim in the water, and then but I guess, or what I think maybe it's Billy Graham who has this phrase, something like they have too high of a dose of Christianity to have a case of the need for salvation or something. I'm totally butchering it, but like basically they don't have that crisis of faith where they need to like have a conversion experience because they're FFB in Christianity, right?
This is what I sometimes accuse Chazi of, like, from his FFB background, not recognizing just all the things. And to some extent, I mean, I want to talk to Nechama about it a little bit more, because she also, she was the type that she grew up in a yeshivish family, And she decided, I don't want all this stuff. And she went off, and now she's kind of sort of coming back a little bit. But yeah, I would love to talk to Nechama about it more.
Yeah.
Hello, Charlie Campbell.
Well, I think that whole thing is interesting. Like I keep trying to find like the right Christian parallel to the Israeli situation right now. It's like it's as if oh shoot, it's something with Catholics, Protestants, and Orthodox, and which hats do they wear in this whole thing to sort of figure out the right like analogies so that Protestants could understand or Christians in America could understand like because in some ways it's like you've got there's multiple dimensions of conflicts happening. And,
well, okay, think about cradle Catholics, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Cradle Catholics who they're baptized into the church, they go to church, but like it's not like they seriously believe it.
It's hard to know. Like I
daylight savings, yes.
I met lots of cradle Catholics, of course, in my Catholic life post converting, and but at the same time there are those like Father Eric who were cradle Catholics, so admittedly never seemed to have any sort of lightning bolt crisis or conversion experience. Just it suited them, and but like that's a pretty big leap for him to, for instance, to actually become a priest.
No, I mean Father Eric, he genuinely has a belief in his. I mean I don't think he's just somebody who was born into Catholic culture.
Right. Yeah,
I'm sure you've met people who are just like, that's being Catholic is their culture.
100%, and I guess like I think Father Eric is more like Hezi, or I think Hezi is more like Father Eric, right? Where like he seems to have genuine engagement and belief despite being FFB, and no, but yeah, there's lots of cradle Catholics who are, I guess, the stereotype of a cradle Catholic. Well, I guess there's really not there, but there are two different types of cradle Catholics. Oh, that was the I think that was the connection. I was like, imagine like the progressive liberal Catholics and the tratty, Latin Rite Mass Catholics, right? That's kind of like your Jews in Israel, right? And then you've got these Protestants or Orthodox who are living in their space and they're not sure who to ally with because in the same way that evangelicals and like Catholics like get down with political affiliation in America, but they're not theologically down, but yet the political stuff sometimes trumps the theological when it comes to like the practical living, right? Like they're both going to be there's that story in I think the UK about all the Muslims that shut down all like the woke shit happening in the school system. And it was like, that did it. But a bunch of Christians show up to like try to shut down, something that they don't agree with in the school system. Doesn't happen in the same way. And is it because they don't have the amount of, numbers, or they don't have the cultural capital? Or the teeth in the threat, right?
I think the teeth, yeah. So part of like, I think Christians to some extent, because of the like 200 years war and all of that stuff, have become very enamored with secularism in a way that keeps them from I have no idea who this person is.
No, it doesn't look good.
Yeah, it does not look good. So like saying, I mean, even standing up to the trans kids stuff, right?
Yeah.
Like, I think I think the 200 Years' War has too much to do with Christians not being willing to say, no, I don't. I'm not up with this.
Yeah, but what,
Concave Earth Muslim. Let me see.
put them through a Turing test, like the Jacob's Ladder
Yeah.
shit test.
I mean, yeah. the I asked, "How did you find my channel?" And the response was, "It's Christian."
Shame on you, Jacob. Right? Like,
tell me you don't pay attention without telling me you don't pay attention.
I love your Christian channel with a tetragrammaton like just blasted across the top.
Yeah, and the Rebbe right there. So Andrew and I went to Andrew and I went to synagogue last night, and then we went out for pizza, and we're sitting there discussing things, and a guy comes up to us and says, "I'm sorry, but you guys are talking about really interesting stuff. Can I join you?"
Oh, are you in like a college town?
We were in People's Republic of Santa Monica.
Huh. Did the person? What happened?
I mean, we kind of. I got him to subscribe to Father Eric's channel. He said, "Are you guys Lutherans?"
He's trolling you
because we were talking about Martin Luther and Paul. No, we had a nice discussion, and I got him to subscribe to Father Eric's channel. He's a Catholic, but he didn't know what to do with me, because like he would ask me questions and I wouldn't give him straightforward answers. Like, "So are you Jewish?" It's like, yes. I am very reluctant to claim to be Jewish to Christians, because I don't want to trigger a revelation. Those who claim to be Jews and are not really.
Yeah, I have some, well, like I said, most of my Jewish acquaintances and friends are relatively secular. And
Grand Rapids.
Well, no, like from my times in Chicago and Austin.
Okay.
But a lot of times, like my first questions, because I mean, my ignorance level was like, a lot higher than it is now. It's still high, but like,
you know more about Judaism than most Jews.
Well, but all it takes is a little bit of scratching the surface, and next thing you know, you're off to the races. But like a lot of the first questions are like things that I feel like are, if you're Jewish, you might be a little bit like, I don't know. They're very quick. They're very, I don't know if they're Christian-ish questions, but like it could probably be construed as like, well, if this guy's like anti-Semitic, he's looking for, like, if I lead with a question of like, "Hey, I heard the Talmud says," then it's like, well, I'm not sure if that's a friendly question or you're trying to entrap me, right? And so I think there's a lot of even as a person who's a Noahide, who's like very Judaism supremacist, for lack of a better phrase, right? It's like
Philo-Semitic, yes.
No, that's bad though. Like, right? Like,
yeah,
not in the wrong way, but like in the sense of like, I believe in Judaism,
right?
To the exclusion of all others. So there's a sort of Judaism maximalism in that at least propositional belief. But like, you can see how when you press on that too much, people get very uncomfortable, and that's where the anti-Semitism comes out. It's like, well, wait a minute, like that means that Judaism is true to the expense of Christianity or something, or Islam or whatever.
Right.
And then, I think that's what that feels like it could be a trigger for anti-Semitic sentiment. So like,
I'm not sure what you're asking.
well, I'm not. I guess I'm just. I feel like there are certain kinds of innocent inquiry questions that feel dangerous to Jews. Like to like, I guess to your point of like saying that you were maybe reticent about sort of disclosing your Jewishness to somebody.
Oh. No,
Like,
it's not a question of disclosing my Jewishness. Like I'll say I was born into a Jewish family. It's just um like claiming to be Jewish, like yeah, I'm part of the Jewish community. Um I don't know. Honestly, if anything, it comes from um those three blessings that Martin Luther wrote his whole book about, the Jews and their lies. Right? Thanking God for not being a goy, not being a slave, and not being a woman.
right.
And if you actually understand those blessings, right? Those are the only no blessings out there. No, you cannot eat this. Those are the only no blessings that exist. And there's a reason why they are no blessings. It's because you can't actually say the positive blessing without like making a claim to your righteousness. Like, do you actually live up to it? We lost your sound. Oh, either that or hold on. It's quite possible that only I lost your sound because my kitty was doing things and I'm not sure if it. Yes, I think that might be it. Say something? Let me try to figure this out. Oh, okay. So it's not just me losing a sound. Okay. Yes.
Better?
Yes. Now I can.
Okay.
Yes.
I have to leave the studio and come back. It happens to me on StreamYard quite a bit. Usually once per stream if I'm here for any time. I was saying that like in the same way that I don't go around saying I'm a righteous Gentile, you know, as because it's saying too much and being presumptuous, even though like that's the status I aspire to, right? So I get you.
Yeah. Yeah. Shadow's playing with her toy.
It's cute. My cat's so old now. She just like she just can't be bothered anymore. She's just chilling straight up. So not as much fun.
Yeah. Duke, after I put him down, I got happy and I woke up and she started like wagging her tail because she was so happy I was awake. And I remembered Duke used to do that. And towards the end of his life, he just stopped. You know, it was just, yeah. I now looking back at it, I waited way too long to put him down. But
what was his ailment?
He was old. He like arthritis.
Yeah.
So he used to have skin problems, and during the summer, so I would shave him during the summer.
Mm-hmm.
And then during like that winter, he was having the same skin problems, but it was winter. So I shaved him, and then he was like shivering. So I made him a shirt for the first time ever. And when I finally put him down, he had lost 15 pounds. He had been 45 pounds for basically all the time that I'd had him. And when I went to put him down, he was down to 30 pounds. And it was like, I had just been trying very much to ignore like the fact he was having all kinds of problems.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, you're like a cat. You ignore the pain, hide the pain.
yeah. How do you feel about the Zohar, Jonathan?
Well, I'm not there yet. So how do I feel about it? I feel like it's a dangerous piece of literature. Like what's the Kabbalah Institute or whatever that's all around LA and stuff. What's like right like that. So there
Kabbalah
you go.
Center,
Yeah, that's garbage, right? On one hand, on the other hand, yeah. So I feel like I have no opinion on the Zohar. I'm technically old enough to get into it, but also not Jewish enough probably to get into it. So
Elijah says, "Don't mess with the Zohar."
Yeah, I'm just I'm content to just read through Rash's commentaries on the Tanakh in Sefaria and just kind of being like going through. It's not for the purpose of unlearning per se, but it's sort of like, okay, try to read the Bible as if you didn't have 40 years of Christian promptings and whatever. Like, I mean, some things are going to be the same, but I think that other things are just like, let's look at it with fresh eyes. I mean, for its own sake too. Like, it's not just for some kind of Jewish thing, but like it's always good to have the Bible show you something new or show you something different.
Yes, it is.
So, and Rashi is, I mean, I can't believe they teach that to kids. It is pretty in the weeds.
It is. I mean, and frankly, a lot of the kids don't really understand it, but Chumash Rashi is where kids start. I mean,
Well, I mean,
that's the shallow end of Torah.
Kids don't understand anything, but it's good to have that memorized because when you're older, you start ruminating over those things.
I mean, it's kind of like literature, I guess, for them. Like
right. But so, I mean, but we just even to learn the Bible in a Protestant way is way over the kids' heads. But like, that's the lifelong learning, right? So I get it, but it's pretty rich stuff. I mean, there's a lot there.
Rashi.
I'm getting called out in the stream. My Hebrew. So I actually got halfway through your first Jonah video. It's been a while. I had it on my list for a while, and I went through. So I got through to the first couple chapter or verses where you started reading through the beginning of it, and I think that like, it's just going to be the brute force. I've taught myself a little Spanish, a little German, I Latin. So I know the drill. I just have to sit there and be diligent and like do a slow, close reading, Bible study kind of thing, which I guess in some sense, like the Noahide thing has given me a renewed energy for that. But I think 10 years ago, I'd have been like, oh my God, like just give me a good translation and I'll just, read it. But I guess I have a different perspective now. I'm much more Bible positive. But yeah, I mean, my Hebrew is pretty much non-existent. Although like I picked up a lot though. I mean, you listen to enough Jewish stuff on YouTube. I mean, I have a lot of vocabulary, right? So
I mean, biblical Hebrew does not actually have a very large vocabulary.
It's Ingbrew or Hebrish, Heglish.
Yinglish. There's a lot of Yiddish in it as well. Yeah.
Yeah, the Yiddish stuff is hard for me to parse. Like, I can't listen to YY Jacobson at 2x speed if I'm trying to really get into it because it's
YY Jacobson is really hard. Like, and
I mean, it's
like at the beginning of his speeches, he's trying to translate, and when he gets into it, he just completely forgets to translate any.
Yeah, that's right. Like, or just the Hebrew, like the Yiddish gets longer and it just doesn't get translated for a while or something. So it's just like, okay, he's lost me. But yeah. So YY Jacobson. There's another. Oh gosh, I meant to ask you about this. What's his name? I'm gonna find it on YouTube. Hold on. I need to get your. What's the Jewish version of the like nihil obstat imprimatur from the Catholic Church?
It's called a Haskama.
A Haskama? Okay.
Yeah.
What's the guy's name? Oh, by the way, though, like the Manus Friedman stuff I've listened to recently has been really good, and I don't know if that's just a coincidence.
Manus Friedman is he toes the Chabad line generally, so I can't complain.
Yeah.
And he's a good speaker, so I also can't complain. But when it comes down to it, he's not a sharp thinker that's like he's not like in Orthodox circles, he speaks to mostly women, not like rabbis. You know what I mean?
I think I'm picking up what you're putting down, but the thing is, for the literacy level of Gentiles or Christians,
yeah.
I mean, in some ways, it can be mind blowing. It can be very like, wow, that's an interesting new perspective. I mean, his conversation with what's the guy?
That Peter Santinelli guy?
Yeah. That there was a lot of wisdom in there, I thought, and things that are not conventional, that are Orthodox Jewish practices, or at least Chabad, right? I guess I appreciate that. I mean, like the level we're at needs Manus Friedman. I mean, like even Rabbi Mizrachi, right? Like for all of his foibles and stuff, like I don't know. I mean, I want to hear what's not Orthodox or like not true about him. Like you can tone police him all you want, right? But like
it's not just tone policing. Okay, so have I talked to you about Rabbi Beryl Wein?
Yeah. You mentioned that he was censored or put out a letter saying like, this is ridiculous.
So Rabbi Beryl Wein is literally the last person on earth to like condemn somebody.
Yeah.
He actually condemned Mizrachi.
Yeah. Right.
And Rabbi Wein, by the way, I highly recommend Rabbi Wein's books, even though they're really expensive. I recommend finding them in a library and reading them. But Rabbi Wein, so for many, many years, like back when listening to rabbis on tape was a thing, Rabbi Wein everybody had Rabbi Wein's tapes, right? Because his lectures, and they're great. They're absolutely great. The fact that like none of it is on YouTube is just heartrendingly bad.
Yeah.
But
I read his condemnation though. Like it was very specific to some Holocaust discussion. But if you put that aside, and even if you take away his political rhetoric, like his latest like Way of God series, it's like two lectures in.
Is he just reading out of the Way of God, Derek Hashem? I mean,
no. Sorry, it's not Derek Hashem. It's let me find it. But like I'm watching it with a more critical eye because I hear the criticisms and stuff, but I'm still very enamored, and I'm sort of. I think it's shameful that he's so critical of Rabbi Friedman. I feel like those two need to shake hands and have a photo op at some point.
That's never going to happen.
That's never going to happen. But
part of that does come from the fact, I think, like Mizrahi is a weird sort of Zionist nationalist, and Chabad is a weird sort of non-Zionist. Like
Yeah.
very few people actually know Chabad's actual position on Zionism and the state of Israel well enough to like even guess what Chabad would like. Yeah, very few people pay, and that's why I like tried to do that series Mana Chacham with Rabbi Yoel Khan stuff, and like even
Yeah.
Chezi wasn't following it, and I was like, okay, if Chezi's not following it, I'm
Well,
just gonna.
I want to say two things, and then the beards that have superseded mine that have joined the chat are hello and introductions are welcome. But I wanted, it is called the Way of God series, so maybe that is Derek Hashem, but the Luzado,
Yeah, that's
Luzzato.
Derech Hashem. Yeah, the Ramchal, Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto.
Okay, well, he's doing a series on this right now, and he's gotten too deep. And I thought they were both pretty good. And I feel like, there's...
Derech Hashem is one of the classics. I mean, I highly recommend. I have a copy of it right there. I highly recommend it. It's
So anyway, I have a secular Jew friend that lives in New York, and I told him to go out to Queens, and I would give him $100. Actually, I don't think I've had to offer money yet, but I was like, go. I think he's secular, like he's not Shomer Shabbat. And I was like, go to this lecture out in Queens and watch this rabbi. He's my favorite on YouTube, so he's gonna learn something about me, and we'll see what happens.
You sent him to Mizrahi?
Oh, he hasn't gone yet. He's going on Monday. Hey, it's Kuru, right? Anyway, well,
I
I
have no idea what Chezi means by Rashi's daughters, but okay.
We're
so
into killing. What's up, guys?
Eric, your name is not Wayne. Why are you?
I know, but Garth is here.
I get it.
I saw that and I was like, wait a minute, I could have sworn his name was Eric like just a couple seconds ago.
That's
It
awesome.
was. I can't help myself. I was
By the
summoned
way,
by
Garth,
not.
if you don't start using your admin account, you're gonna lose it.
I've been like, okay, so here's the deal with me, right? Just full up in front. Like, I work Monday through Thursday, like 10 hours each day.
Excuses.
And then and then most days on the weekend, I'm usually either doing something planned or running errands. So it's like I am unfortunately.
Okay, I mean, if you can't use it, there are other people who will use your admin account.
Yeah, look, and fair enough.
And when am I getting that wedding invite?
Oh, well, actually, okay. So I just got the best Bible translation ever. Let me go get it.
Okay.
All right.
I'm hoping his girlfriend gave it to him.
No, I got it. Unfortunately.
Oh, for the record, I'm just here because I heard something about not a critical
All right.
thinker or not
The
a
best
something like or not
Bible
a sharp.
translation.
Ooh.
So, okay. So I will tell the story behind this because there is a story. So I have known about this for quite a long time, that there was a holy Bible for Minecrafters, like on library shelves.
Old Testament?
Yes, and there's a New Testament. It's down there. But this one, I just picked this one. But anyway, so I got this at the Bible Museum in Maryland. Have you ever heard of this before? Okay. So from how I understand it, the Bible Museum it is exactly what it is. It's a museum all about the Bible.
And they got into serious trouble for buying. Well, first of all, they ended up buying a bunch of forgeries, but
Of the Dead Sea Scrolls. Yep. And
But
they
also
Oh, sorry. Go
they
ahead.
also got into trouble for illegally buying things.
Oh, huh. Well, that part I've never heard of before, but they actually do have an exhibit there about like the story of them purchasing the forgeries of the Dead Sea Scrolls and the process that it took to forensically verify each of the pieces. But from how I understand it, it got started. The whole Bible Museum, it got started from, I think, the Hobby Lobby guy.
Yep.
Because he had like a bunch of biblical artifacts, and he eventually like was like, "Hey, let's start a museum." And I don't know if I'm assuming he probably got other people who either donated or invested in the Bible Museum, but it is beautiful. If you go in there, it is a beautiful museum. And so
I have to
there,
check it out sometime.
What does this have to do with you getting married?
well, I went there with my girlfriend.
Ah.
So that's
Did you pop the question?
no. I mean, at this point, we kind of have been talking about like hypothetically, if we did get married, like what would our lives look like? Because she's in Maryland, I'm in Minnesota, so
The
so
best I can do is 2 camels.
Yeah.
And a goat.
Well,
if pounding the table would not wake up my children right now, I would scream to this little corner of the internet, hurry up, get married, have babies, full stop.
I'm working on it. Believe me, that's
Dude,
why
there is no working on it. I'm gonna like what? What are you working on?
Okay, so if you really must know the details,
Well, sorry I asked.
so because this is long distance, so we
Yeah.
talk every Friday. And I was
Once
in
a
Maryland.
week?
Yeah, once a week.
That's it? Okay. All right.
Well,
wow.
Monday through Thursday, I'm at work 10 hours a day. And it's
There's
like
24 hours in the day. Do you sleep 14 hours? I'm sorry. I'm grilling you. That's
John's.
that's my method. Keep going.
I mean, so anyway.
I'm on your team.
So I was in Maryland visiting her whole family. So that way I could basically, get to know them and everything.
Yeah.
And it went super well. And then, so the plan is that I want her to spend some more time with my family up in Minnesota. And the next available time off that both of us will have won't be until like June. So, but the plan is that she will come up for an entire week.
Okay.
And so we'll have a lot of time to spend together.
Okay.
So
basically, it sounds like your relationship is modeling the evangelical model of Christ in the church marriage relationship, where you just show up on Sunday, so that's a 1 day a week, and then sometimes you have a retreat.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
and then maybe you'll get married someday, whenever that happens.
Yeah, whenever.
I'm sorry, I'll stop.
But I think the relationship is going extremely well. I love her very much, and she loves me. So, and
Well, that's awesome.
And there's nothing like. I feel like neither of us are ever like awkward towards each other whenever we talk, and we feel like we can talk about like anything together. I have yet to find something that has been like off the table, so to speak, which has been extremely good. So anyway, yeah. So wrapping this all back to how the Bible Museum relates to the question of how I get married. Because the funniest thing is that I think it was just 10 days after I got back from Maryland. I saw that Jordan Peterson just put out a video about him going to the Bible Museum and looking at everything there. And I was like, I was just there like 2 weeks ago. And he's like, yep, I remember that exhibit and everything like that. So it was very funny. But if anyone is in Maryland or close by, we have been dating ever since mid-September. But if anyone is in like close to Maryland or close to DC, definitely go to the Bible Museum. Check it out. Very, very neat.
I'm not saying you have to ask her to marry you in June, but you kind of do.
I have to ask her to marry me in June.
Well, if you're not going to do it, you should probably cut
the strings. Yeah.
Well,
yeah, it's do or die, Garth. We've decided. You're
gotcha.
gonna have to buy a ring for June and either use it or lose it.
Gotcha. Sounds good.
Yeah, convinced.
So Eric, what have you been up to?
I've been working and listening to stuff and trying to figure out what in the world is going on.
What in the world is going on?
Well, I'll tell you, there's a lot of movers and shakers that are trying to be leaders and take over the damn world. it is. I don't know. It's a constant barrage of. Let's put it this way. I feel like we're basically suffering through the results of what happens when we have a completely interconnected world, where we're hearing everybody's news from across the world, basically to some degree, obviously through filters or whatever. But the lack of ability to have local, informed, and mutually, basically discussions and decisions that are more, what's the word I'm looking for? That are more, not intimate. It's kind of intimate, but anyway. Point being, the fact that we're so spread out, we know everybody's listening, and all that sort of stuff, has led to basically probably a fragmentation and just the prevalence of noise, essentially. Because like if you can't say the truth, and you can say the truth, but there also seems to be a high amount of extra data to encrypt that truth that's been inserted into probably public communications and everything else. So it seems like nobody's actually saying, nobody in the official seats of power is actually saying what they should be saying in order
Are
to
you
communicate
talking
a
about
healthy.
this little corner? Are you talking about Jordan Peterson?
Oh, no,
Are you talking? What are you talking about?
That's a great question. I'm all over the place. I'm thinking about 5 different frames and areas and arenas and stuff like that. But
It sounds like
yeah,
you're talking about like broader culture, basically.
broader culture, yes, is the overall perception that I'm getting from all the different things that I'm observing. But I'm trying to consolidate something that probably can't be consolidated. So, but I can't help
This
myself.
is partially why I am trying very hard to make this little corner stronger and an actual community as much as possible. And partially because I see broader society unraveling. And
Yeah.
I would like. So I was actually talking to James, who you guys probably don't know, but I am hoping James will become a regular part of this little corner. He has a small channel, prepper channel, and he's a homesteader in Eastern Washington. His brother, Arya Lev, Nesharim, has been involved on my server for a while. And when I went to visit Arya Lev, I met James, and I was like, oh my God, this guy is meant to be part of this little corner. Because he's been in the prepper stuff for like 16 years, I believe. And so he started his own homestead. And before that, like he was in the fire service and stuff like that. And one of the things we were talking about is this. We both agree that the prepper people who have this atomistic individualist idea of prepping are just silly. Right? Like if you're actually prepping for society unraveling, you should be putting together at least tens of people, hopefully hundreds of people, maybe thousands of people, right?
Right.
Yeah.
In other words, engaging with society to stop it from unraveling.
Well, I don't know if I'm trying to. So my long-term plan, I'm getting this master's of social work. So if society doesn't unravel in the next 4 years, I'll be engaging with actual society.
Aren't you going to have to sign that thing that you were talking about?
What?
Didn't you post some sort of requirement that you have to be pro-choice or something?
Oh yeah, so I've already signed on to to the supposed code of ethics, which says I must be for abortion.
Is that's a thing?
How is it?
Never heard of it before.
How is it actually?
Okay,
phrased?
the code of ethics of the National Association of Social Workers actually says, meaning that all licensed clinical social workers in all 50 states have to agree with it. Code of ethics. Let me find the exact wording. NASW affirms all individuals have a right to bodily autonomy, that abortion is healthcare, and that all individuals have the right to freedom of choice in accessing essential healthcare services, most especially their reproductive health.
Dude, those are slippery words. You could definitely just cross your fingers and sign.
Oh,
Cross
I
your
don't
legs,
give a
too.
damn. I'll sign whatever stupid thing they want.
Sure, yeah.
I have no compulsion whatsoever in being like, okay,
What are like? Does this like
let's
come?
kill all the Jews.
Does this like come
F
with any
you.
like ramifications? Right? It's like, let's say they suddenly discover that you donated to like some pro-life organization or something like that.
That doesn't
Would they-
contradict that verbiage. Like with a good lawyer, you
No,
you
well-
but
very far.
I'm trying to understand this practically, right?
Practically, the National Association of Social Workers could pull your license.
Okay, if
Yeah.
if they discovered something like that, okay,
Yeah,
I see.
you're in ethical violation of your professional duties, supposedly. I mean, I can't imagine they would actually try that.
I can.
But like the fact that states like, I mean, Alabama are allowing, like, okay, in order to practice as a licensed clinical social worker, which is a psychotherapist, which is the most common type of psychotherapist in the country, there's more LCSWs than all other psychotherapists combined. Okay?
Okay.
In Alabama, you have to agree with that. And you have to go to school where they teach you to agree with that. And so it's like, and I actually I've reached out to some of the people who are vaguely involved with Chris Rufo's thing of in Florida, like having the I mean, I'm hoping this is part of DeSantis's campaign for next year. Is actually like telling the National Association of Social Workers, you change your code of ethics or we are pulling the license of every social worker in Florida.
Whoa. So what if like, but it's like, what does that do? What does this do for like Catholics though? Right? If you're Catholic, right? And like,
Look, people who actually have the compulsions where they're like, oh, this is against my ethics, simply won't become social workers. They won't go to social work school. They won't, like, what other choice do you have? And this is, and people and like conservatives wonder, why is it that like all these professional associations have
Experts agree.
become woke and stuff? And it's like, yeah, the association, the American Psychological Association has completely lost its mind, but you have been telling, I mean, how many, I don't understand how the state of Alabama, like, allows the code of ethics of the National Association of Social Workers to be so off kilter and allows social workers to be like one of the most popular psychotherapists in Alabama. Like,
how much was that clause? Like,
$1 probably.
how much was that like fine print, Jacob? Like something that just people who don't read contracts, which is most people, just sign that. Like, I mean, how much of this was your close reading of some literature?
do you know how I found out about it?
No. Tell
I
me.
was reading my textbook for my class, which told me about it.
Okay. I think I mean, to me, it feels like people who get the licensure that you're after are it's a self-selecting group. So you've got that issue, and then I'm curious though. So in the Jesuits and in Catholic seminary, they used to call traditional boys that entered and were playing the game submarines, right? And this is actually what the liberals and the progressives would call them, like to try to like suss them out, the submarines, right? They were there kind of keeping quiet, heads down, because once they got ordained, then they're going to break out the Latin mass and stuff, right?
Right.
How many? I mean, maybe you're not a submarine, but let's just pretend that you were. Like you're a black sheep in this herd. Like how many of them are you, or is it just you? Like, like how many people are out there, like not subverting, but just clearly not cut from the same cloth? As that
I
self-selected
think
group?
at least 50% of the social workers who go through these programs, they don't care at all. They don't really understand it. But to the degree that they're not actually political, it becomes ingrained in them. So this becomes part of their distributed cognition of things they don't care about. That, oh, I'm a social worker. This is something I don't care about, but I must agree to.
Yeah, but I mean, I'd be grossed out. I'd be like spending half of my day explaining to people that I'm not that kind of social worker, and so like it's not tenable for me to be in it. For
The
instance,
vast majority of people who are LCSWs, like they'll just say they're LCSWs, and most people don't even know what LCSW stands for. But LCSW is probably, I mean, if you look at your insurance network for mental health right now, I'm guessing a majority of the in-network people available to you are going to be LCSWs.
90% minimum.
What is-
Yeah.
Well, now I
just,
feel guilty for dropping the psychology track in college.
just for clarity, what is LCSW, the acronym?
Licensed clinical social worker.
Okay, all right. That's what I assumed, but okay.
They're the priests and priestesses that'll solve all our problems. Yay.
Well, the funny thing is, LCSWs really, I mean, that's what they are. They're secular priests. They are in secular society, they fulfill the role of pastor.
What's interesting though is like I feel like 10 years ago or so, a lot of those folks were like actually social workers doing, very fringe cases of homeless folks, people with significant life challenges. But now if I just go to like the local therapy group, they're all LCSWs.
Okay, there's a reason for that.
Yeah.
So in order to become a generalist psychotherapist, right?
Yeah.
You have three choices. You can become a medical doctor and then a psychiatrist.
Right.
You can get a PhD in psychology and then become a clinical psychologist. Or you can get a master's of social work for 2 years.
Yeah. And the first group are like they say on their door, like not a talk therapist. They're like interested in finding you the right drugs.
Well,
a lot of times the psychiatrist.
Psychiatrists who do talk therapy charge $500 to $1,000 an hour.
And I bet you they're worth it. And the middle group might also be, right? Because although they might not be great clinicians, but that's dependent,
the psychologists, right? Honestly, a lot of the psychologists, they get their PhDs and then they realize they never should have been therapists. But it's by the time you get your PhD, it's kind of I know so many people who have, and the weird thing is the whole reason why it was a PhD, I believe, is just so you would be 23 to 25 by the time you graduated, because who the hell is going to a therapist who's 22?
Well, that can happen now with the LCSWs.
Well, it can, yeah. You can actually, so if you get a bachelor's of social work, which is 4 years, you can get your MSW in 1 year. So
you'd be
5 years total.
Yeah, you'd be 23. Jordan Peterson was group 2, right? He's the PhD psychologist.
He is, yeah. But very few psychologists are actually become like clinical psychologists. And the fact is, like the skills, first of all, I am already kind of pissed off, like how long it's going to be until I actually end up trying to do something real as opposed to just busy work. But and substance abuse counselors, you don't even need a bachelor's degree. You can get an associate's degree. You can become a substance abuse counselor. Yeah, you can get a
It's basically
certificate.
it's like a vocational training
Yeah,
at this point.
It
It's super easy. It's barely an inconvenience. Most people probably won't just relapse anyway. It's fine.
is.
Pardon my cynicism.
Hey,
Yeah.
there could be some truth in that, to be perfectly honest.
Look, a good psychotherapist does good work. The problem is a good psychotherapist runs out of patience, basically. Like what happens if you're a bad psychotherapist is you get somebody to believe you're helping them while you're not. They become dependent on you, and they spend the rest of their life working to pay you
Mm-hmm.
to be their friend. What happens if you're a good psychotherapist? They stop seeing you after a while, hopefully a short while, and then they don't talk to anybody like, hey, let me refer you to my psychotherapist. Yeah, that's not going to happen for a
Yeah,
vast majority of people.
It's a perverse incentive structure.
And that's why ultimately, really, you have to have psychotherapists should be priests. Because
Or consultants who are
They-
because the licensing thing is what really gets you. Like, I mean, I could charge $1,000 an hour and get those great results, and you're done in 2 hours. If that would work that way. And
Even
the problem
even-
is it's go ahead, Eric.
I was just gonna say, even better, just have a healthy, friend and family structure that you can actually talk to.
Well, even
You know.
better. Or you can come on these live streams and get it for free.
Yeah. Wait, am I in therapy now?
Yeah, right. That's a
Maybe.
good question. Maybe.
Well,
Basically,
that's
yeah.
It's up
I
to
mean,
you.
that
Actually,
is essentially
the
like
licensed person would tell you the same thing. Like it's
Yeah.
that's the reality. It's how
No,
you
it
get your
is.
own therapy.
Well, and that's probably my biggest beef with the even saying it needs to be a priest. I mean, I think a priest or pastor, whoever, rabbi. I mean, yeah, you want some sort of expertise and all that good stuff, but even that, it's not. Generally speaking, you're not doing life with them unless you're in a small farming town, and you're with your pastor every other day, and they're coming into your shop buying your eggs and milk.
There was this great.
Mark says, Catherine has said this many times, in a healthy society, you don't need therapists, clergy will do.
Mm-hmm.
There was this great tweet that I saw the other. I couldn't find it, but I saw it within the past couple of days. It was basically something to the effect of like, therapy is just going to talk to a liberal to convince you to be eventually like wear you down to become a liberal or a progressive or something, right? And like it's totally that. Like
There's a lot of it. There's a lot of it there, and I see a lot of it. I mean, my one of my classes, like my textbook, my introductory class to social work, right? The textbook was giving a history of social work, and of course, it talks about the history of the United States, and it had a paragraph on the Trump administration, and I kid you not, the inline, not even the footnotes, in-line citation for that paragraph was www.huffingtonpost.com/topic/Trump administration. Not even a particular article.
just the category. Just go ahead and read. Go ahead and read what we've tagged with this crap.
Just go whatever the Huffington Post said about the Trump administration. That's
Fine.
where we got our basic, like, yeah.
At least it wasn't The View.
Oh, did you guys see the Jane Fonda clip?
I saw a reference to it. What happened?
By the way, Garth, are you at least signed up into StreamYard on your admin account right now?
Yes.
Okay.
That's how I've been entering these in from now on, is that
Okay.
I'll go to the StreamYard website, like log in, and
Okay.
then I will go in through there. So yes,
Okay.
yep, I do have my
Okay.
admin powers.
Okay. At the very least, you're using them a little bit. Yeah, but like, just imagine if somebody had said something like exact same thing, Republican.
Yeah. Oh.
And do you think anything is going to happen to Jane Fonda?
I mean, people maybe
She's gonna-
research her and find out all the crap she's been in always, I guess. I don't know.
She's gonna die.
Eventually. Aren't we all?
May she repent before she dies.
Wait, was
indeed.
this? What is this? I'm trying to look up this Jane Fonda thing because I'm actually not
Oh.
sure exactly what's going on with her. But apparently, there's some clip.
So yeah, on The View, they asked her, so what do we do about the abortion rights? And
Oh.
her response was murder. And they're like, we know you're joking. And she's like looking at them like, no, I'm not.
Oh,
She's like-
okay. Yeah, I just found the clip.
Yep.
Yeah, she's like, murder. Wait, what'd you say? Murder. Oh. Okay. Yeah. I mean, they're classy ladies on there, I tell you.
They're old school.
They're old.
Not all of them. They're mainly just. I don't know.
They're yeah. I mean, the funny thing is when they have their supposed conservative like Meghan McCain there,
Hmm.
it's like, oh yes, like. So, have you guys heard of the concept court Jews?
I mean,
During the Middle
I
Ages?
Yes. Yeah.
During the Middle Ages, there were court Jews. So, like, the kings and queens would have a designated Jew, right? Who was their Jew, right? And they used this Jew to, like, lend money and stuff. And, like, all the actual Jews hated the court Jew. And the court Jew, like, made a living and a comfortable living as being the Jew in the king's court, right? I feel like there's court conservatives
Oh yeah.
on
Yep.
NPR and on all these
it's
places.
David Frum. It's like these.
David Brooks.
Yeah. It's these establishment. It's these establishment Republicans. The ones that
yeah.
all the other Republicans call rhinos, right?
Right. And they're there to be the supposed conservative voice there. And it's like,
But
no,
it's not.
you're
it's
not
no
actually representing that. Yep, David Brooks.
joke. What wasn't wasn't Joseph a
Oh,
court
I
Jew?
did not know Yaron Brooks said that. Joseph from the Bible?
Yeah, right. I mean, does he qualify? Does Daniel qualify? Like, do any of these?
No, because court Jews existed in Christian countries for the purpose of having, actually mostly lending money at interest.
Okay. So
Because
not as
the
legit.
church didn't allow it was kind of like a Shabbos goy, but in reverse for the king.
yeah, gotcha.
Wild.
I can think of another example of the court Republican where Jon Stewart had like what was it? He had a talk with basically I think it was an Oklahoma senator, and basically they had like a little debate, so to speak, about gun control, and it was like bad framing. Things got clipped. So anyway, so the court Republican thing is. Yeah, it's very, very real.
Well, it's court anything. Like if you look at the Daily Wire, I could tell you a bunch of their like court this and their court that, that they have. Like every institution I think has these.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's the attempt to have representation, or in like what Jacob's example with the money lending loophole for getting around. Otherwise, religious concepts. Well, I mean, they are whatever. Point being, yes, everybody does it.
I'm gonna have to look up this Yaron Brook stuff. Yaron Brook is another guy I find interesting. Like he's is secular Israeli and an objectivist, and like yeah.
He's so obnoxious. He's one of those
Oh!
he's one of those boomer
Wait, this is the Ayn Rand.
leftists.
Guy.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Right.
Yeah,
He was on Lex Friedman with was it Michael Malice?
Yep.
Probably.
Something
And
like that. Yeah.
it was hard.
Wasn't he on Joe Rogan too once? I think he
I
was
think
on
so.
Joe
Yes.
Rogan.
Yeah, he was.
Probably, yeah.
I think that's one of the ones I heard.
Yeah, secular Israelis, they're amusing. It's like the atheists, it's like the Christian atheists who don't realize they're Christian, but like the objectivists are the Jewish atheists who don't realize they're Jewish.
It's like super progressive Catholics in my book. Like it's like, why are you bothering? The whole institution is against your ideology.
Yeah. Well,
like just I don't get it. Or
Well,
I guess
so-
super secular Protestants too, or super progressive Protestants.
I was just thinking about a couple of things, but one of the things that I wanted to ask you, Jacob, since you looked really funny yesterday, I think you were cosplaying as Mark Lefebvre. Really shook me. I was like, wait, whose channel is this? I don't know. You look weird. But
We're both bald.
yeah, but you don't have a monocle. You have two, whatever.
Yeah. I also I did not watch his. I think it was like a 9-hour stream. Like
It was
yesterday.
7
7
and some
hours
change.
yesterday. Okay.
Yeah, I kind of almost closed that out. Anyway, or maybe it was 9 hours. I cut out at 7. Well, 7 hours, not 7 p.m.
Yeah, I
Freaking
don't
late.
stream on. I don't stream on the Sabbath, and so
Oh,
Mark
smart.
has found that to be a convenient time to stream long time on my channel.
Cool. Anyway, but yeah, what I was gonna bring up was, have you noticed, especially with nothing new there's nothing new under the sun and all that sort of stuff. Have you noticed how, because of how we are very intentional about guarding against anti-Semitism and that sort of thing, have you noticed how there is basically what you're saying, that secular Jewish party that are basically really holding on to that mantle, but using that as basically just a shield to implement a number of policies and deflect criticism and all that? Is that a thing?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
There's definitely people. What's really perverse is the Jewish establishment, the rich Jews who run the ADL and the Jewish Federation and the ACLU, have decided that Jews have been complicit in white supremacy. And it is our fault. Slavery is our fault. And because of that, it would only be right for there to be anti-Semitism and for Jews to kind of take the brunt of the white supremacist hate. And it's absolutely disgusting. And what happens is, so these are the rich secular Jews who you wouldn't know they're Jewish if you saw them in the street. They are wealthy. They rarely walk down the streets of like a major city. And then they are actually deliberately creating anti-Semitism, which the poor religious Jews who look Jewish and walk down the streets and live in Brooklyn and live in Los Angeles and live in, live with Black communities, end up getting attacked. A synagogue I used to attend, it was like 2 years ago. Two people were walking home on a Friday night, and somebody driving down La Brea tried to run them over. They missed, turned around, tried to run them over again. Obviously a black man, because a very disproportionate number of anti-Semitic attacks are perpetrated by black people. And
You're talking about the Black Hebrew Israelites?
the Black Hebrew Israelites, they've murdered several people over the past couple of years. And so there was a time when, like almost 2 years ago, when as an Orthodox Jew walking down the street in New Jersey or New York, you could expect to be assaulted. You just expected to be assaulted because people were being beaten up left and right, right? And the ADL said effing zero. Effing zero.
What? Why are they still a thing that people pay attention to again?
Because they're rich and they're part of the wealthy and they're part of the... So, like, there are the rich Jews who are secular and rich and powerful. And then there are the...
Normals? I don't know.
Well, there are the normals, but then there are the poor Jews who are tend to be religious. Like the Hasidic community tends to be much, much poorer and live in major cities.
Yeah. Well, I can only imagine with all the restrictions and stuff like that, and just yeah, I mean the extra discipline and the aversion to participating in things that people expect you to participate in, it would narrow job choices, and especially if you're in a city.
Well, and you have 10 kids, and so inherited wealth, and so like it's they're not nearly. I mean, it's a completely different thing. Another porn bomber. That was the second one tonight.
She was eating pickles.
Yeah.
I was like, as soon as I saw that on repeat, it was like, yeah, that's not a real.
Yeah, it was on repeat. I noticed it was on repeat. Yeah.
Oh boy.
We got past 2 porn bombers.
Hey, what a world. Anyway.
Well, I really have to wonder about the porn bombers. Like, there's a human being behind that. And think how pathetic your life must be for that to be let's see if this is a porn bomber.
Yeah.
Are you Googling? No.
No.
Yeah.
No, but I mean, you have to imagine, okay, am I gonna give it a try?
Wait.
There's no pickles.
I feel like there's some questions we could probably ask first before, you know.
No, yeah, like it got YouTube recommended. Like, come on, you got to.
So like maybe ask
for...
like what other type of YouTube stuff he watches or something like that. More details. We need more details here.
Ask him the 3 persons of the Trinity.
Yeah,
he's got to give you at least 2. He's got to give you at least 2.
Yeah, I think the video is on repeat though. Yeah, it looks like the video is on repeat.
Yeah.
That's not a real person. Yeah,
we got him.
Porn bomber. Because if he was listening, like his expressions would change. It's on repeat. Yeah.
Yeah, theological shit test is the way to go.
Theological shit test. There we go.
yeah, yeah, not gonna get on. Okay,
That's
but
kind of a
like,
funny.
imagine the person behind that account. Like, why are you doing that? Like, what is your life like?
It's
Right.
like it's just trapped in like I don't know what you call it, just like pure irony all the time. And it's just because that to me is like how I interpret like parts of like internet space is that it's like it's very much like, or at least the more entertaining part of the internet, right? It's like it's just kind of full of you look at things ironically, right? Not genuinely as it is, but you look at it and it's like, okay, how can I like have fun with this thing or critique said thing? So yeah, they're
Oh,
yep.
there it
Yep.
is.
Yep.
Good job.
I haven't seen that before. All right.
See, I almost let him on. You guys are smarter than me. But like, imagine like, what is that person like? What is their life like? That this is
That's a bot.
is what they do. But who made the bot?
Somebody who was paid to do it because of I mean the why behind the why I don't know, but like if that's where you're going, it's like
Really,
why is all
you
this
think
stuff free?
you think it's actually somebody getting paid?
If it was like some,
100%.
if
You think that MindGeeks company makes billions of dollars, for instance, right? That's just like one big institution in that whole apparatus.
Which company?
MindGeeks is like they are the company behind all the major internet porn that exists.
Okay, like, but it's not like there's like porn bombing us like gets people to go search for porn, does it?
I don't know. I mean,
Well,
that's
it's probably a nudge. It's like, oh, hey, you know how you said you weren't going to do that one thing? Hey, just putting it in your head, and it probably is. It's seeding.
Really? I guess
Probably.
maybe, especially they seem to deliberately go after. They seem to deliberately go after Bible studies. So, have I talked to you guys about the From porn accounts?
I don't know.
no.
Okay, so From means religious in Yiddish, and I follow several From Twitter accounts, and one of the women was claiming it was complaining about the From porn accounts, like From porn accounts, and I investigated it and I found out what's going on. So in the Haredi ultra-Orthodox community, you're not supposed to have internet at all. You're like social media, like most Hasidic groups don't allow it. Most yeshivas, Chabad is a notable exception, right? And so so there are these guys who on Twitter, they don't realize that when you like something, sometimes it shows up on the stream of people who are following you or you follow them. Okay? So there are, and as far as I understand, they don't even know how to find the porn on Twitter other than when it shows up, they like it and then it shows them more. Right? So these are people who are absolutely computer illiterate, who only have a smartphone, don't actually have a computer, right? And they end up showing porn to other religious Jews without really realizing it. And we figured it out. I figured it out by seeing what's going on. And it's like these guys they have no idea that. And I think a lot of them, like, they think the internet's for porn. they're like, oh, well, if you're on the internet, then you're obviously like somebody who, so like they're liking hardcore porn, which then shows up on the feeds of other people who, especially women, who are on Twitter, and they shouldn't be, right? It's not, it's frowned on upon in their community, but like they didn't realize there was porn on Twitter. Now, this is my little thing about Yoel Roth. You know Yoel Roth, the Twitter guy?
Yes, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And you know his famous, I just yelled at work, Twitter will live to porn again. And his dissertation where he was talking about how like allowing porn, like allowing Grindr for like kids in repressed communities to like, I seriously wonder, I really want to know if he wasn't aware of this and deliberately being like, yes, we need to allow porn on Twitter because that's how we get porn into the ultra-Orthodox Jewish community. I would not put it past him.
Well, what's the point though? I never understand the motive.
Yoel Roth, I have no doubt whatsoever. He thinks that he is as committed to getting porn into the Hasidic community as evangelical Christians are of getting the gospel into the Hasidic community.
Basically, trying to free them from the oppression of their rigid moral.
Trying to recruit for his religion of porn and sex and hedonism.
Yeah.
Right.
Good times.
Oh, Jacob, actually, there was a question I wanted to ask you. So, at the Bible Museum, they had an exhibit on the Samaritans.
Yes.
And I actually didn't know about the Samaritans until I went to the Bible Museum.
There are almost 1,000 Samaritans in the world today.
Yeah, that's right. And it's, oh, shoot, I forget where they're located. But
Mount Gerizim.
They sell a lot of shoebox, or they get shoeboxes sent to kids in various low-income places, too.
Funny.
It took me a bit, but I was like, oh, yeah, that's right.
I apologize
to
all the Samaritans first people.
The Samaritans actually have a thriving business of doing Passover sacrifices and having people come because they do their sacrifice on Mount Gerizim, not on the Temple Mount. And they still do it. And so people go to see it. So that's their main thing on the Passover. Yeah.
Yeah. And what was it? It's just the Torah for them, right?
5 books of Moses. Well, okay, this is a thing a lot of Christians don't really understand is back around the time of Jesus, like everybody agreed that the Bible is the 5 books of Moses. And the Pharisees were like, yes, but we also have these other holy books. And everybody else was like, no, you are heretics because you have these other holy books like Isaiah and the Psalms and stuff, right? And so in Orthodox Judaism, we certainly differentiate between the 5 books of Moses and the rest of the Bible. Mm-hmm. The rest of the Bible is only, it's only an explication and expansion of the 5 books of Moses. Our core Bible is the 5 books of Moses.
That's the Torah and the Tanakh, right?
What?
That's the Torah and the Tanakh?
Correct, yes.
Yep.
The Torah, Nevi'im, and Ketuvim. Torah being the 5 books of Moses, Nevi'im being the prophets, and Ketuvim being the writings. or as Jesus put it, the law, the prophets, and the Psalms.
Mhm.
But the Psalms were not considered scripture at first?
They're I mean, for us, they're not even I mean, they're holy writings, but they're actually a level below the prophets. That's what it's Tanakh. Like there's the Torah, and then there's the prophets, and then there's the writings.
Gotcha. Well, I mean,
Yeah.
to some degree, I can understand that from the standpoint, because since the Psalms are, I mean, they're clearly written through David at the very least, right? David and Solomon, and who I think mainly those two guys for the most part.
Well, most of the Ketuvim are David and Solomon, and yeah.
Okay. But I mean, the main thing would just be, I was going to get at was just that, I mean, they are, you can clearly see the writer wrestling through the observations of God and reality and their own emotions and all that sort of
Right,
stuff.
imprecatory psalms and stuff, and that's why, like, the writings, I think, present less of a problem for Jews than they do for Christians, who have this egalitarian Bible where all the books of the Bible are somehow equal.
Well, I mean, they're all useful for what? They're God-breathed and useful for instruction and rebuke and all that good stuff.
Yeah, I think what Paul meant there was in actually saying that Nach, Nevi'im, and Ketuvim are also, because I think he, my favorite line of Paul's is when he says, was it to Timothy or Titus? Don't forget my coat that I left with so and so.
Yeah.
Like, obviously, he was not thinking that in 2,000 years, people are going to be reading this in church.
Well, sure, he wouldn't. I mean, he wasn't. But I mean, the funny thing that at least how I've come to appreciate it is, I mean, a large chunk of what's in the scriptures is, it amounts to, yes, there's, instruction and history and poetry and among other things, but I mean, a large portion of it seems to be case studies of humanity.
Second Timothy 4:13. When you come,
right.
Bring the cloak that I left with Carpus at Troas, and my scrolls, especially the parchments.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think the nice thing about that sort of thing, that, I mean, it is in some ways laughable, but it does also help tie humanity past, the centuries and stuff like that. It's like, oh yeah, I can relate to that. That's the same stuff that we get, and because especially through the evolutionary mindset that we are living in right now, broadly speaking, a lot of people have, they come to think, oh yeah, those ancient people are dumb. They didn't,
Troglodytes, yeah.
Basically, troglodytes. Oh my gosh, what somebody did? Was it Akira the Dawn or something? Did something like that? No, that was something else. Whatever, it doesn't matter. But yeah, no, I think little details like that actually help reflect the commonality through the ages and help basically restore some amount of what is the word I'm looking for?
It humanizes Paul that he left his coat behind.
Right. Familiarity and all that sort of stuff. It's I don't know. It's a tie-in.
It helps.
So Chezi, I want to ask you, how big are the protests, and how much is it actually disrupting political life in Israel?
That's a good question. First of all, good evening to everyone.
Hello.
Hello.
We're off the porn topic, or we're still
we're off.
Deep in
it's the wrong word.
I see. I hear. Okay, I'm sorry. You're right. What's going on with the?
We lost you, Chezi.
Oh yeah, listen. In this.
Oh, there.
Oh.
We lost you again, Chezi.
Sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there've been protests in Israel. If we're just talking about like numbers, in the 90s, they were thinking of giving up the Golan Heights, and you had like like 900 or 800,000 people come. So that's like at the time that was like 13 or 14% of the country, right? So that's like a massive, massive number of people to come. You had with the Oslo Accords, massive numbers. You had in the early 2000s, there was a whole Occupy Rothschild Street, which had to do with all these tents all over due to the cost of living. And there you had 1 million people on the streets. The largest protest in this current brouhaha is like 200, 150. So it's a minority, because it's also a minority that this is like the angry minority that lost the election. So not getting into the actual reform itself yet, there's a bigger issue, which is there's a group that was elected democratically that has been saying that they want to do this reform for years and years and years. And they said, like, when we're getting to power, that's what we're going to do. That's what we're promising our voters. They won in a large majority, and that's what they started to do. And now the people, and we know the people that are already behind this, disgruntled ex-prime ministers.
Okay, Chazi. First, I have to explain. Chazi voted for Bibi.
What? No. There needs to be a caveat to that, though, because I didn't vote for him the last two elections. The reason I voted for him in this election, much to my chagrin, was because the world is going crazy, and I just wanted the most experienced captain of the ship to be in these murky waters. And unfortunately, he is better suited in so many different areas, and that's because of him neutering all leadership under him and being in power for all those years. So he's corrupt, and he's a liar, and he
is he
is
going to prison?
He's not going to go to prison.
I
don't think he's going to go to
you're in
prison.
Israel, not America.
I am. So I think all these things about him. I also think that he's did tremendous stuff for Israel, obviously, and I do think that when dealing with the global arena, he is a lot more well versed. And that's not the only thing that matters, obviously, for Israel, but because Israel had a reminder of this. So you have this huge protest, and people are fighting, and there is, due to social media, which I don't think people still realize its effects, like things got exacerbated out of control, sort of in a very, very in a very quick way. And you really have a feeling of, like, that there is going to be a civil war. However, again, there's a demand for you should stop the current process you're in of these new laws, and let's have a conversation. And the government's response is, we did have a conversation. It's called elections. We won, and now we're doing that. Like, it can't be the pressure from the streets. It's like, but it's not fair. Like, what's not fair? Like, yes, you're right that the thing that we're doing you don't want, and you had the opportunity to. Now, it's also very annoying that and this is true in all politics, obviously, on the opposition now, people coming out with crazy claims, even though they themselves wanted these reforms done. The media is using not the word reform in the legal in judicial system, rather the revolution and the reversal. So there's different words we use to play with our subconscious. But those are my thoughts, Jacob, in general.
So we've been having this discussion over Shabbos on my Discord with Shlief, who is also an Israeli, and he estimates the protesters at 500,000, which you obviously don't agree with. And,
no study says that either. So I mean, like, that would be silly to say.
Okay. And he very much disagrees with you. I think my views are, the state of Israel is a joke, so this is not surprising.
Well, obviously I disagree. I don't think it's a joke, and I think it's more indicative also of like it's less about the judicial reform, and it's more about how Israel sees itself, because there's a minority that would like it to focus on, would like the focus to be on the courts, because the courts have a more globalist, progressive mindset, at very activist court as well, and which relates more to the rest of the world. And they even brought in Yuval Noah Harari, who's pushing, Karl Schwab, let's take over the world sort of, rhetoric. Like,
Wow,
why do we,
Fezzi, are you finally going to get rid of that Harari book?
just because I don't like Harari, I still want to see what, let's say, these, intellectuals have to say. But either way,
Harari is a mouthpiece.
Either way, I think that it's a fight between that and Israel seeing itself as, its constant dance of Jewish and democratic, and that's what's going on in the undercurrent, which is people are not interested, or there's a loud minority that's not interested in that kind of conversation about it being Jewish and it defining. And the crux of the matter is, if you feel that, and I have to parse this out very carefully. I'll start with Palestinians are good people. I hope they have peace. I want them to have land. They could be my neighbor. It's all good. Rah, rah. I love it. Great. I want to have peace with all the Arabs. Amazing. Now, once we recognize a Palestinian people, and we say that, like, oh, they're indigenous to this land, then you are an occupier. There's no, like, you can't look at now. You need to feel comfortable to say this is our land, which we will then, of course, give anyone living in it all the rights they need. But if you can't even say that about yourself, which many secular Jews can't, then they're in a real problem, because then you're right. You should get out of here, because it's going to be very uncomfortable for you, because you're here. It's bigger than just, oh, we decided to.
And a lot of them do leave, and that's part of the reason why the left in Israel has collapsed. Is a lot of them just leave.
And I mean, I love all Jews, but even when we left Egypt, it's very apropos to our it's very apropos to our weekly portion, because you
want to be one of those Levites who goes through the camp and kills all the evildoers, right? Fezzi?
No, but I do. First of all, as a Levite, I'm very sensitive to that. I would say that I would like there to be a banner call, which is, who is to Mila Hashem Elai, right? Whoever is to God, come to me. And it happened to be, he wasn't calling the Levites. He was calling all to hear that call. And the people that came happened to be the Levites then. But my point
and then they
is,
murdered the other people.
by the way, Mr. Jacob was like, people are called Amalek. We have to, kill the Lutherans. Just like, he was very intense. And the idea was that there can't be any doubt. And whether you want to bring in like historical things, like, this is the introduction of like the calf god, and there's like a whole mix of these things fighting at the time. Either way, there was and this culminates in Shema Yisrael Hashem Eloheinu Hashem Echad, which is, when we use the term Eloheinu and we use the Tetragrammaton, they mean the same thing ultimately. But when in Israel, if we want to say that it's Jewish and democratic, for, I would say, believing Jews, they have to realize that it's Jewish, and unless in their minds that they see the democratic process as a tool to practice this manifestation of their Jewishness in this land. And obviously that's a delicate dance to do, but we're not doing it right now. This is a lot of tensions that we see over here, but I'm an optimist, and I believe that this is required for us to, separate the wheat from the chaff.
This is the first time that I've seen brave Chezi as opposed to Kumbaya Chezi.
Yeah. Tell us the story of Pinchas while you're at it.
So you should know, by the way, I'm just, if anyone that doesn't know, so there's this, let's take a step back. One of Jacob's daughters is taken, and it's not a good deal.
Just thinking about that.
It's not a good scene. And
She
the
was
two
raped.
brothers, she was raped. Shimon and Levi cannot handle this. Now, Jacob's attitude is like, yeah, this is not ideal, but if they're down to play the game of, the one God, then let's not have a fight, and let's, like, make peace. They'll, as long as they'll take on the marks, they'll get circumcised, it's all good. And this was like sort of like a first attempt, quote unquote, with the Noahites, right? We're gonna let's spread this out a little more. And the two brothers do not handle this well. They both go and allegedly kill everyone in the town, and they get scolded for this by their father. Later on, he rips them both. However, we could see, like what Jonathan just mentioned, that later on in the desert, when the chieftain of the Simeon tribe is having sexual relations with I think she's a high priestess, but I'm not sure. But she is a woman, a Gentile woman, and involves also idol worship. And this is happening. And then Pinchas, who is from the tribe of Levite, he is a high priest eventually, but from the tribe of Levite, he sort of calls out to Moses and says, like, what should we do about this? This is a crazy affront. And Moses is silent. And Pinchas picks up his lance and stabs them both. But I looked at this always as an example where you could see this is the two brothers again. But you could see one of them originally all the way back with his sister. That was because of bloodlust. It wasn't because there was actual offense. And on the Levite side, all the way back when he was a young Levite and all the down to his offspring with Pinchas, you can see there is a temper over there, but it's being channeled for purity, it's being oriented properly. And I just think that's like actually in that story you could see like the difference, and then you could see that again with Moses and the golden calf. So their response again is a very intense response, but ultimately that gets broken down, and then their job is to be spread out among the people, teaching Torah, and then like really violence already leaves aside from them being the security force in the temple. So those are my thoughts on the Pinchas story, Jonathan. Israel dealing with a lot of issues, but I ultimately think it's again I still think these are the birthing pains of the Messiah, as we're in exciting times. Every week something else is going on. East Palestine train gets derailed, aliens are coming down, Iran and Saudi Arabia now make peace. Crazy world out there.
This is a question for the Jews, like in the group here. Is it always Mashiach time though? Like, has it been this way for forever? And so, like, or is this actually different?
That's a good question, because there is a Talmud that it says Be'ita achishena. I'm saying basically this could be a prolonged process, and when the time is right, it'll be speedy and immediate. So I think this also relates in a certain way to how we look at some prophecies. These are options for us, right? This process could go on. I digress, but for one moment, for a second. Again, back to this weekly portion. Moses goes up to the mountain and comes down with the tablets, and it does not get received well, obviously. And God tells him, F this group, okay? Like, I'm done with them. We're gonna do this again. And Moses says, like, that time is done. Like, you did that already with the flood, and we experienced that. Like, don't, like, these people, they're knuckleheads, but like, this is how it's gonna have to work. Like, you're trying to build this person, and you managed to get it with me, Moses, but it's not working. So, like, we need to work with these people. So God says, sure, no problem. Let's do this, but it's not gonna work with these tablets, obviously, right? Moses smashes the tablets, he has to go back and we have to have a new covenant. Basically, there's a new agreement that has to be written down, and this new tablet that was written by man is at a different level. And now God is saying, in theory, if after the first tablets you guys would have been with me and oriented with me, we could have been talking about a whole different game, talking about things at a much higher level. But that's not the relationship you guys seem to be ready for. And instead, there's going to be a 40-year process in the desert, which you could also look at that as a 2,000-year exile, basically, which is the process of redemption right now is going to be much longer because it's going to take you 2,000 years to figure out your shit, figure out enlightenment, figure out science, start clawing your way back and peeling off these layers of this more earthly Torah, which you're going to have to see and realize where the divine was. So I think when you talk about the time of Mashiach, we decided to take the longer path down the desert. But I think now we are at those layers where we're really peeling through and getting closer towards the good stuff. And again, like I always say, these conversations that we're having right now are indicative of that. And then it's mindset, because Jacob likes to say a lot that, the technology revolution we're living in today is part of what the Bible talks about God's knowledge being all around the earth. It's our responsibility. What do we want to do with these big boy tools, right? We're not wearing our what is it called again? Support on your bike, your training wheels anymore. Exactly.
Yeah.
So we have something like a ChatGPT, but are you going to use it to photobomb porn or do things like that? Or are you going to try to take it to the next level and, world peace and better understanding? So we have the tools now to make the world a better place. And then I would say, Beitach Yishena. If we're up for the challenge, God is down to dance with us. But if we're still too scared, then he waits. My beloved knocks on the door. We have to answer.
Now talk about Hayom in Bekolo Tishma'u.
Yeah. Yes. Obviously, it also has to do with us. But Jacob, listening to God's commandments and God's words, the question is, does that happen because every T needs to be crossed and every I needs to be dotted? All Jews need to be living a religious life. And then the question is, what does religious mean? What does all Jews mean? So obviously, this is where we get lost. However, and we talk about this a lot, leadership, whether it be imams or whether it be pastors, deacons, or rabbis, I think should in certain way follow suit with some of what Paul is doing, which is constantly having a engaging conversation with scripture while overlapping it with reality, right? Because a lot of these just chattings are sort of 7-hour-long sermons where which people are trying to, bring in religious concepts, political concepts, and try to weave them together while making meaning. So I think, that's what
discipleship,
leadership is,
right?
What do you mean? Expand on that.
What we're talking about is, it's partial. We have little sermonettes, I guess, when folks get on a tear or they have something that they're particularly trying to share and all that. But to a large extent, at least these conversations and kind of what Paul is doing, I would liken that more to sitting around the campfire and, telling stories and sharing experiences and sharing your testimony of how God has worked in life and what he has shown you and that sort of stuff. So to me, that almost fits more in line with the concept of discipleship and training your children in the way of the Lord, that sort of stuff.
There's no authority in it, though. That's the only piece I feel like we'll be missing.
Maybe, but here at least my concept of it is that the authority always comes from the Lord, basically, and even teachers of any sort. Anything that is true is coming from God. So, to a certain degree, yes, there is authority that is designated to people that are taking on the mantle of responsibility, but it's still God's authority that he's given through various mediums.
Just to follow up on that, let's say were around the fireplace or around the bonfire. And there's also piggybacking on Paul's conversation about the autodidacts that I think in the space we all come with our own toolkit, right? Our own utility belt, and then there's like, yes, there's in a certain way, it's you're picking up what you would gain from, let's say, sitting across the fire. You're comparing notes, both philosophical, theological, social notes, and just again, like it's recalibrating yourself. Okay, so I'm gonna say something right now, and then I'm gonna see like the pushback from Jonathan, Jacob, Garth, Eric, and Richard, right? And that should be like, okay, am I insane? Am I like they sort of understand where they're coming from? But if I say something and then like 3 of you say we understand that makes sense, and 2 of you come and say like, oh well, like in Christian scripture XYZ, the job is done. Everyone realizes like where that falls out on their equation, and that like that gave like a little more clarity. And I think if as part of the prism we're looking at, that's just like another angle, another vantage point you can now access, right? So now the next time you're having your conversation, I'm not saying you're consciously always doing this, but there's a a little Jew or a little Jacob or a little Richard there that's allowing you to which relates to the I thou and love thy neighbor as yourself. If you could love yourself properly and then realize how your neighbor gets integrated into you properly, and then anytime you talk to someone else, you put on you see him as the other, or using the tools you have of building that model in your head of the other, then that lets you sort of engage properly sort of with the world and hopefully see the divine in that.
Yeah. And of course that also maps onto like sitting around the fire. It wasn't just socializing. You're probably cooking something on it. So you're sharing nourishment as well. And, there might be somebody that brought more, but it's a mental and a heaven and earth integration of nourishment. And yeah.
Giving my physical
well or whatever.
I was saying, giving my physical physique, I would definitely be a gatherer, though. I don't know if I'd be the hunters. I feel like bringing in like some salads.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, even that is a cool metaphor, though, right? Because a gatherer, well, I guess a gatherer is one thing, but a farmer would be another. And we lost Chazi. Oh.
So since Chazi's taking a phone call, I will actually bother to say what Hayom Imbe Kolo Tishmaun means, which is a famous saying from the Talmud, I believe. When will the Messiah come? Today, if you listen to God's voice. And so, actually, it's interesting. Father Eric was on Grimm's channel, and he was talking about the Jewish concept of the Messiah coming as opposed to the Christian concept. And he believes that there's going to be tribulation because he believes in Revelation, right? And it's going to be the worst time for the believers before the coming of the Messiah. Whereas in Judaism, we basically believe that if we were to repent and turn to God at any moment, it is possible that, in fact, the Messiah will come. Now, the fact is, it's the year 5783, and the Jewish calendar, according to the Talmud, really should not go past 6,000. And so it's, I would say we may be closer than possibly. Chazi doesn't.
No, not that I don't think so. Like I try not to ever make these calculations, right? Like in the book of Daniel, it says so. Like now it's 4 years. I don't do that. Having said that, my son has been like deep into. He found out what black holes are, and this is like his new obsession, like the black holes, and nothing could escape the black hole, and like there's a supermassive one in the middle of the Milky Way. So he was watching this thing and says like the Andromeda galaxy is eventually going to crash into the Milky Way galaxy. So this all Sabbath, he's like, is this happening? When is this happening? I'm like, it's not. I'm like, no, like the Messiah is going to come beforehand. Don't worry about it. He's like, but when Messiah comes, the world doesn't change. Space doesn't change. I'm like, yes, you're right. But like after that, like, don't worry about it. It's like in millions of years. I'm trying to excite them that like, you know, like that's not something that we need to be thinking about. So then
This is what you get for teaching your son to be a materialist.
by the way,
Oh, come on. I made it through, Jacob. He'll make it through fine. I had a black hole phase too.
So he's dealing with that, and he's leveling up, right? So he's asking, because I said like, no, I said God, Hashem is not, before that happens a million years from now, like Hashem's gonna make sure like that's not a problem. And he says, okay, then why did he make that system? Like, why would he make us, like, what is the system that is like in a million years it's happening, but guess what? It's not going to happen. Like, why do we have that equation? So I was, getting into like this, this dovetails with his issue with the character of Joker from the Batman series, right? Like why Batman won't kill him. And I explained to him, like, Batman has like this whole thing. He doesn't kill. He's like, but he's evil. Like he killed his son. Like, how does he not do this? So the Joker and the black hole, both of them are just like, there. And I'm trying to now build, theological scaffolding. He's gonna be 9 in the summer.
Yeah.
Right. So
before I forget, Krish said he is having a stress full time at school, and he's trying to find the internships and jobs, and he's been praying for guidance, and so may Hashem bless you with all manner of ach tov v'chesed and hatzlacha.
His name is Cherry.
His name is
Cherry.
Krish.
Oh, Krish. I thought Kirsch. Sorry.
No, Krish is the Hindu Noahide. Former Hindu Noahide.
Oh, wow. Cool.
His profile pic is a black hole, looks like.
Yeah,
On the
please.
topic.
Yeah. God bless.
All right, I'm starting to yawn a bit too much, so I actually might sign off here.
You go to bed and get ready to buy that engagement ring.
All right. Sounds good, Jacob. All right. Well, it was great to see you guys. Hezi, this is my first time meeting you, so hello.
What's up, Garth?
It was good to hear you talk. At some point, I actually recently did read the book of Joshua, so maybe at some point I'll get the chance to talk with either you or Jacob about that. So anyway.
We're looking forward. I mean, your day sounds pretty busy, so try to fit us in those 14 hours of sleep rest you have. I know you're working 10 hours.
Yeah. Well, actually, I really love a 4 10-hour schedule. So instead of the 5 8-hour days for the work week, I get 4 10-hour days of work. And I
completely agree with you.
It's awesome. But even despite the fact that I do have Fridays off, I still I find time to fill up my schedule of either cooking for myself, running errands, household chores, because I live in a townhouse all by myself. So it's like,
you should fix that.
I guess we know.
I know.
I guess we know where the book of Joshua is on that priority list. All right, Garth. We understand. We understand.
Yep. Well, life. That's just how life is, so to speak. I will live with this existential dread for as long as my psyche can handle it. Anyway. All right.
Nice talking to you, Garth.
I'm gonna go get some water. You hold down the fort, Fezzi.
Oh boy.
Me? I see.
Well, now that Joshua's been mentioned, I was gonna double check. Joshua is sort of synonymous with Yeshua, which would be Jesus and all that. And there's like 2 or 3 different names that are. I was trying to remember. There's one other name that's in the same vein.
Isaiah.
Oh, Isaiah too?
Yeshayahu. So it also means God's redemption. God's more like Yesha could also be like help, but like mostly I mean in the whole there's a stress on that even in the language when we first are sort of introduced properly to Joshua when he fights the Amalekites. There's words over there that double up, and like it's really supposed to be like, God is really not there. There's no miracles there in that war, and we're introduced like it's really supposed to be how man is supposed to sort of take control of his destiny while realizing he's supposed to orient himself towards God while looking at Moses' hands when they raise him to the sky. But generally speaking, it's supposed to be that Joshua, and again, built into the name at that point is supposed to be that connection, which is post Egypt now. God's taking like a step back, so to speak, which is like, I'm cooling it with the miracles, and now you guys are going to, with faith in me, show that you guys could yourself become powerful and win on your own accord. And the archetype of doing that is going to be someone that has my name built into him already, right? So it's going to be Yoshua doing that.
Right.
Interesting.
So there's a lot of symbolism there in that battle as well.
Gotcha. And I'm assuming that ties in with the whole biting of the tree of knowledge of good and evil. And like, okay, you want to be like God? Well, here, enjoy.
I mean, again, in a certain extent, you see. I mean, birth itself is still considered like its own death, right? God. I mean, Adam says if we eat from the tree of good and evil, like pentamut, like you'll die if you do so. But then we don't see him, quote unquote, die, right? We see him eat from the tree, but we don't. Now, what we need to realize, and Bernardo talks about this from a materialistic point of view, but there is a death. There is a death of, from eating from that fruit. There's a conscious death in a certain extent, and then we find ourselves like in what we call this existence right now in this mind frame. That is the death that happens. It's just not a physical death. It's a spiritual and certain level of consciousness that dies. And Bernardo had a conversation with Jonathan Peugeot about at the stage of development, like we did sort of fall too early in a certain extent. So, but.
Well, there's also the death of leaving
yeah.
your home, right? Because being thrown out into exile is a type of death. I mean, I don't know about you, but I've had to move pretty drastically a few times, and having a complete uproot from different, even across continents and things like that it is a type of death, because that is a life in the people that you live and you are part of. There's that separation, which is essentially a type of emotional death, if nothing else.
What was really interesting to me is there at Eden, it actually uses the word divorce. Yeah, God divorces them.
Well, faithful, so.
I mean, JP talks about this early on in his lectures. He gave this example of why if a husband finds out that his wife is cheating on him, or any spouse, it's like an ego death, because like your whole framework sort of gets ripped out under you. So even moving, while you're moving to Sacramento and that you hired the U-Haul and all that, there's still like the unexpected scenario change and experience change that you deal with, which is like, that's sort of the bedrock of your foundation, seemingly, of what you build yourself. And if your reality is really tethered to that building, these experiences, and once there's a shattering over there, it's obviously very hard to reorient yourself. And like, that would be a quasi like ego.
Uh-oh.
Rip.
He got a phone call. I'm wondering why Chezi and Mo have not finished incorporating the foundation, and I wanted to ask Chezi about that. But
incorporating the foundation?
Yes.
Oh, the foundation.
The foundation, yes. The foundation.
The legal tip, Eric. The legal tip.
Where is Chad anyway? Okay. I wonder if we
Where
say his
is
name.
Chad? If we say, well, Father
Chad.
Father Stephen keeps on saying that he follows Beetlejuice rules. So if we say Father Stephen DeYoung 3 times, he'll have to show up. Father Stephen DeYoung. Oh,
my
he
wheel
didn't
there.
show up.
Here he
I
comes.
guess he's not listening.
Quick, check the chat.
That's how we know.
Oh my goodness.
Funny man.
I think
Oh,
yeah, I've
Richard.
missed a lot
So
of Mark's comments. Oh my goodness.
I went. So I took Andrew to the synagogue I took you to,
Okay.
and then we went to dinner afterwards at a pizza place. And Andrew and I were sitting and talking, and this guy comes up to us and he's like, "I'm sorry, but you guys are talking about really interesting stuff. Can I join you?"
Okay.
And he said,
Nice.
"Are you guys Lutherans?" I was like, "Nope, not a Lutheran. Not
Quite
a
the
Lutheran."
opposite. Was he a
Wow.
Lutheran?
No, he was actually Catholic.
Okay.
Yeah. So
My goodness.
A Catholic.
it was interesting. You
Orthodox
should. I kind of felt bad that I hadn't invited you, but I'm not inviting you until you get your grades up.
Wow. Thanks, Jacob. That's a whole semester. My parents are letting me go to Sacramento in 2 weeks. My grades are fine.
I am glad to hear that. Are you coming to Chino?
Yes, in May. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I have my tickets. Are you camping?
I am. Yes.
Okay, I have to look into that. Because I do want to, but
Well, my plan as far as camping is I'm gonna sleep in my car probably some nights.
Glamping.
Yeah.
Yeah.
yes, because in your car it's so glamorous.
I mean,
My
it
car.
might
I mean,
be.
my car is pretty actually not bad. So
Well,
And you can get those
I
inflatable mattresses that fit down in the back seat and
Yeah,
kind of make a
that's true.
wedge.
well, I have a compact SUV and and the seats are down, so like it's
Right.
pretty big.
Yeah, that's true.
Jacob,
Yes.
you made this pilgrimage or this trip of yours last year, correct?
This past trip was my 4th trip.
Okay, so 4th trip. So this trip, how in honor of Passover, how was this trip different than all the other trips? Okay, how did this? Did you feel like there was people were more receptive? Do you feel the conversation was different? Do you feel like was there anything to this embodiment of this experience that you want to be pushing, which I really like?
Wait, what is this? Where did you go?
So I went up north and then
okay.
came back.
Yep.
Honestly, this trip, like, it felt like I was going place to place exercising demons, and I
You seem to do that a lot.
well lately, I was actually talking to somebody, I forget who it was, who I was talking to about this, but like, so when, like 25 years ago, when now I remember who I was talking to about this. 25 years ago, when I was like living the religious Jewish life, like if somebody mentioned demons to me, I would have said, like, if you don't bother them, they won't bother you. And I would have wondered if they're taking their meds and stuff like that. And to some extent, like with a lot of the stuff that's going on, I sometimes feel like, Jacob, are you taking your meds? But I am taking my meds. And
What meds?
Well, I mean, I've been taking psychoactive medications for many
Okay.
years.
Right,
So
right.
yes, I am on meds. Like,
Got it.
I don't mind telling people that. But like, none of my meds have been for like seeing things
Sure.
or hearing things or anything.
Yeah,
like
no,
that, so.
no, no accusation like that.
Yeah, but
Sure.
the like, I have never believed in like demons the way I do now, ever in my life. Like, it's like it's the absolute opposite of the rationalist. Like, I think I was a lot more of a rationalist than I am now. Did I say that correctly? I used to be a lot more rationalist than I am.
you said.
Okay.
You said it.
So what are you now? More of an irrationalist, or did it move in some other dimension?
I mean, I don't know if it's about rationalism, but like,
No.
yeah, like Mark
The
says,
unseen.
materialism fails, demons work better. Like, yeah,
Wait 1 second. Did Mark comment?
yes, Mark
Yeah.
commented.
Yeah, Mark's been commenting.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that was a joke. I see. So Chazi, what's going on with you and Maishi? Why has this?
Actually, we were supposed to speak Thursday. It didn't happen. Why does this need to come out? So first of all, it's good question. So I'll tell you here what I was going to tell him also, but I'll tell him as well, obviously. One was I just wanted to make it clear to him that he needs to realize that while the foundation, I'm sure, has many different elements that it wants to assist in, fundraising in Israel from Jewish congregates for like a Christian foundation is probably not going to fly so well.
Okay, yeah.
So first of all, number one, just realize the limitations. They're going to be like, "What are you asking for?" So that's number one. Number two,
Bunch of
Well,
persnickety
it's not
Gentiles.
going to be a Christian foundation. Like, it's not a Christian foundation.
it's not.
No, it's not a Christian foundation.
It's a. Would you call it a theistic foundation?
No, well, yeah, it is a religious foundation. It is a religious foundation that will hopefully include. Well, there's a reason why you're there, Kazi. Is
I
the Jewish voice here.
I understand that, and the other thing that came up, which is again not a particular issue, it made me pause for a second, but it's actually not going to be a hindrance. Is just like I just started going to this new synagogue, and they're trying to start a new community, and it's supposed to be diverse with more ultra Orthodox and modern Orthodox congregates. When the modern Orthodox, it's supposed to be that they're trying to appeal to the ultra Orthodox and say, like, even in the modern Orthodox group, we have very serious, learned people that are not going to speak during prayer, and then they take their things seriously. So they're trying to have like this. So I've been going, and while I know some of the people there, like that congregation would definitely not be happy with knowing like Chazi's escapades on the internet and his different opinions. And I realize this because when it came to, we were on the holiday festival of Purim, and we were reading the story of Esther, as one does, and it was mentioned that for the women group, which is separate, can they do their own reading as well, not instead of, but as well, which is, there is zero issue with this. But there was already
zero issue with it, but yes.
So there was pushback, and people were like, and if at that level of controversy there's pushback, so they're not interested with like my opinion on Paul and Jesus and my conversations. So it just made me aware that while I'm not going to be part of this community because I'm going to be leaving Jerusalem in a year and a half, it's something that's not always going to fly well. And then I need to take that into consideration. Like if I wanted to ever join an institution, or like Jacob, you always say like, Chazi, why don't you just become a rabbi? So you realize that in many circles, the involvement in this circle is not kosher.
So this is why you should start hanging around with Chabad, and then you won't have this problem.
But the answer is I am going to join. I wanted to know who else is locked in, who else is involved, and I just wanted to make sure that expectations are set properly. I would hate to feel that people feel that I'm quote unquote not doing my part while they're, let's say, fundraising more, and I'm more limited on that end, and I would not want to cause people to feel like like someone slacking or something.
Well, I mean, the only question I would have is like, if like, this foundation has a website, it has your name on it, and if I search Chazi Spiro, and first your architecture company comes up, but then this organization comes up, and someone in your congregation looks at that website.
The good thing is the people who really mind don't Google people, because
true.
Yeah.
First of all, that's true. However, I did have a Shabbat meal where suddenly my brother-in-law was like, "So Chazi, who's Pastor Paul?" I was like, so my response was, "Bensi, I see you have a lot of time in your hand if you're like Googling your brother-in-law." He's like, "I just want to know what are you up to?" So I also know that there's no way he's listening to like a 3-hour conversation.
Yeah, sure.
So like, but to your question, Richard, nothing would happen. I'm sure there would be, let's say, if that happened like in the synagogue, I'm sure there would some people that would come out and say like that I'm a heretic, but that's not new. And the only issue would be is in theory like school for my sons or things like that. They might say like, "What is this?" And I'll be like, "That's not me." That looks just like you, Chazi. No, like fake deep fakes, AI. You can never know. Exactly. What about that video of you saying, "No, this is me, I'm Chazi"? I'm like, it's okay.
Shaggy defense. It wasn't.
With that T-shirt you have on saying, "I have it." So
that's a significant thing. I mean, you are moving away in a year and a half, but I would respond if he's still here. If Mark is still with us watching, Mark had some thoughts on the live stream we had with Sam. Yeah.
And Mark thought that Sam's position wasn't as dire as it might have been because he said it's sort of, he knew he was going into non-denominational. He knew that the leadership would change, and they didn't tell him to leave the church. They just told him like not to play the music anymore, and his wife can't be involved. So I guess, sure. However, I don't know what your thoughts were. That I still feel very bad for Sam. I still think that like, while yes, he knew that this is like this is a possibility. I know they're not kicking him out. They're not kicking him out to the streets, but they're saying that we don't want you involved, right? We don't want your wife near our children. So like, I don't know. I think that's pretty explicit. If you disagree with that, Mark.
Flevis says, "Damn, Chazi, those shoes deserve socks."
Which shoes?
The ones you're wearing in your picture on your Jerusalem design website.
I thought he looked amazing. So take that for it.
He did look amazing, but he's obviously not wearing socks.
That's an old picture. No, and I don't. First of all, they're no-show socks, so there's socks there. You just can't see them. But I have to deal with the law. I mean, listen, there's been this is a different topic, but in my aesthetic and design adventures, so this is This is 2001. I go
Okay.
into a tailor and I'm like, I need you to make these pants skinny. And she's like, but that's ridiculous. Who would want to do that? I'm like, no, I need this. And then years of people laughing at me that I look like my pants are painted and why are your pants fighting with your shoes and why don't they reach the bottom? And then I used to have like I took from my grandfather all these rooster sock ties. Like it's a tie that has like it's like knitted. And then people would mock me, and like the man working in Zara would laugh at me, but now he's still working there, and I'm here. But yeah, so I had to deal with a lot of people did not handle my leopard shoes very well.
Oh.
I had a client that is ultra orthodox. We were shopping, and him and his wife, and then on the way back to Jerusalem, he's like, I have a problem. I'm going to have to pray the afternoon pray before it gets too dark. And I pray, but I don't always go to a cohort of 10 people. I'm fine doing that solo. And this man was not going to have that. He didn't say that, but I know the type of guy. He's like, so do you mind driving in to this place called Bnei Brak, which is a very ultra Orthodox place, and we'll find a prayer group over there and we'll join. Okay. So I said, sure. When we got there, he's like, you'll come in with me. So I'm like, yeah, sure. I'll pray with you. So I hesitated for a second because they all wear black and white, like how you would sort of see like a stereotypical Jew. And as he happens to be wearing that as well. Now I have on yellow pants and leopard shoes.
Okay.
I have like this beautiful shirt on. I had much longer hair. So I stood up like a sore thumb in a sea of black, standing there in the middle. People rushed to give me prayer books because obviously I must not even know who I am and what's happening. So
they were being nice, Chazi.
They were being very nice. I didn't complain. I just said they were being very nice. They just gave me like 15 prayer books.
And this is because the Haredi people obviously they thought, hey, let's get this guy a prayer book. I think that's very nice of Hasidim.
It was very nice.
Let's get the man with the yellow pants and the leopard print shoes.
Prayer books, yes.
Very kind.
I will mention though that like once they realized I didn't need it, I'm assuming for all of them there was a switch in their head which they realized.
And then they knew you were a heretic. Yeah.
Well, I'm just using this as the Sam example, right? Like I while they saw me as different, I think once they saw me there praying, they all would have considered me part of the 10th. I think. Maybe not, but I think so.
Chords versus Trinity. That's a tough comparison.
Exactly. I had an
there's
awkward.
A difference between the initial,
sorry,
I was just gonna say. I mean, there's always a difference between your initial perception that you have to use for quick decisions, but yeah, when there is time, yes, it can flesh out a little bit more, and they're like, yeah, I mean, because we have to, for threat recognition and defense, you have to make those quick judgment calls and relax as needed.
Yeah, and like Hezi, I think what's so hard for both Sam but also his elders and his pastor is that like they probably want to do exactly what those Haredi Jews did. They want to see Sam as someone who's just a bit different, but the dynamics of the theological considerations don't allow their consciousness to do that.
I don't think that's true.
Okay,
I don't know.
I have to say, Richard.
Yeah,
I have to say.
Sure.
So, in Judaism, counting someone as part of a minyan, which is what Chazi was, is similar to communion.
Yeah.
In that, in the very religious places, they may not have counted Chazi as one of the 10 men who count who make the minyan. Okay?
Mm.
But I have to say, in almost all synagogues, even the most Hasidic, most insular Hasidic groups,
Yeah.
they would still count Chezi as part of the minyan. With far worse, like, I mean, the fact is, except for a few places, Chezi could drive up on Shabbat, walk into the synagogue, and they would still count him as part of the minyan.
Not if they knew for a fact. First of all, you're throwing in a
That
wrench over there, which I don't think you did that purposely.
For a fact that you grew up in a religious
No.
household?
I meant if they saw me doing overtly not observing the Sabbath, there would be some that would have a hard time then doing that because, like, for example, you can't be a witness at a wedding.
Right.
Some won't see that as.
You couldn't be and frankly, if you touch the wine, I'm sure the vast majority of people would not drink it. But they would still. I can't imagine even in Satmar if you drove up on Shabbat, not counting you as part of the minyan.
No, but I mean, because in a certain way, it's not up to you, right? They would see you as, Jew, and it doesn't matter if you are not observant. What do you know? You're a fool. Inside of you, there's a beautiful soul of a Jew, and that's why we're gonna kidnap that soul for the purposes of R10 right now, which is going to allow us. And there's something nice about that because they're telling you that regardless of how you consider yourself, we see you still as part of the tribe. And like you were saying, Eric, once like the quote unquote the dust settled, right, or my fabulous shoes stopped blinding them, they start looking around, right? So they'll see, okay, he's praying this by heart right now. He does have a skull cap on his head, and then what color is that skull cap, right? So if it's a black, it means one thing. If it's knitted, it means another thing. So there were a few elements over there that probably put them at ease.
Fair enough.
I then ran out saying I don't believe in God, but that was like, no, never. But yeah, so those you have those experiences over here, which is nice.
So CW says he would drink the wine.
Hooray!
I'm more open about that as well. The wine.
I was gonna say with regards to the Sam situation too. I think it gets dicey. I'm reminded of the whole thing where you're supposed to just let your yes be yes and your no no, and a lot of churches and organizations hamstring themselves with these massive doctrinal statements and bylaws and stuff like that. Where, I mean, there is a purpose for it, and it can be good, but I find myself more often questioning just how much that actually serves the human organization side of the church, or potentially synagogue or whatever, in a way that God may not have intended as a better option for being able to receive people, to be able to both speak truth and all that, but also extend grace. That, because who was it? Was it CW? Yes, I think it was CW that was talking about how he couldn't sign on to their belief statements because of all these things that he hadn't actually researched. And I've had some experience with that sort of stuff too, where it's like, oh, here's all these list of things that you have to sign off to become a member of this church, as opposed to just being one of the believers in a body in that location that meets together. And I don't know. And Mark is going off on Protestant churches.
I mean, I agree. I agree with Mark's points in the comments, though. I mean, like, I think it sucks for Sam, but I do. I gotta believe in a big metro area, like our Sam's theological beliefs so idiosyncratic that he can't find a community with a stated list of beliefs that would, like, accept at least his top things.
He can, but it's, what was it, like, He said it was quite far away.
And
I mean,
and
Jonathan,
it
this
has to be
relates.
suitable for his kids and his
Yeah,
wife.
exactly.
Yeah.
And
Jonathan,
his
this-
poor wife she didn't bargain for a Unitarian.
I just say this relates
Yeah.
to like Baalei Tshuva or people that are trying to, if you don't have a synagogue near you, right? It obviously
Yeah.
becomes like very, very difficult then to, and it's a give and take because we want to say that we don't want Sam to have to, let's say sacrifice necessarily like his relationship and with God on that. But you could say you got to swallow the bitter pill then. Like you can't have it all though. If you're going to find something that's in your community and it's the right kind of people. It just sounds nuts to me to say like maybe keep your opinions to yourself. However, I'm in the synagogue I'm in right now. I need to speak about topics very carefully. So the rabbi came and spoke. Well, they had different rabbis come up and speak. So one of them spoke about the tabernacle and he was talking about.
And Fezzi gets a phone call.
And pause. But I
Okay,
think
so go ahead, John.
yeah, I was just like there was a apropos or just coincidental timing. There was a recent Rabbi Tobias Singer clip I was watching, but he said something to the effect of like, if you go to the pastor of, I think he was talking about Protestants generally, evangelicals, like you go to the pastor of the church and you say like, oh, I'm having trouble believing in God. You're going to be taken to dinner, you're going to meet the family, you're going to be, you're going to be pulled in. But if you
Sure.
come in and say like, I have an issue with the doctrine of the Trinity, they're going to throw you out of your head. And,
Bye, guys. This has been a lot of fun. Reality calls.
Thank you.
Catch you on the
Goodbye,
flip.
Hezzy.
All good. Take care.
So I just want to say that I think Mark is completely well. So let me distinguish two things. Mark talking about whether or not Sam is overstating his case. I don't want to address that at all. What I do want to say is that this idea, and Mark is saying it, and Paul has this idea as well. I'd be curious to hear Father Eric's idea on it. This idea that this wouldn't have happened in Orthodox or Catholic Church is purely insane to me. And the reason why is because if you're going to a Catholic or Orthodox church worth their salt, to become a member, you have to go through catechesis. I don't think Sam could honestly keep his conscience going through an Orthodox or Catholic catechesis. Period. There's the same kind of propositional assent in those traditions that there is in the Protestant one, and in fact, I think it's more pronounced in the other traditions compared to Protestantism.
No. The thing is, if Sam was in most Catholic or he would have been baptized as a baby, and then all this catechesis stuff that all you Protestant Eastern Orthodox undergo here in the United States.
Sure.
Like you're not having the Orthodox experience. You're having the former Protestant becoming Orthodox experience.
That's fine, but I think if Sam, because Sam was raised as a biblical Unitarian.
As a biblical Unitarian going to normal Protestant churches. He was baptized as a baby in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. And if he was living in Greece, his parents would have gotten him baptized by the priest, same as everybody else. And that's the thing. Like, do you think the vast majority of of Greek people who go to Greek Orthodox churches are taught things that are less heretical than, like, I mean, the average
Yeah.
Greek
Yeah.
person who takes their kid to be baptized, like, and this is the thing, like, the Eastern Orthodox Church in the United States is nothing. As far as I can tell, nothing.
Yeah.
The experience is not the same experience as somebody in an Eastern Orthodox country growing up in that community, getting baptized as a child, taking communion, going to confession, and not believing anything.
I think they have that too in some of the Orthodox churches in America, the ethnic ones. That, but and that's why it's such a culture shock for both church and seeker alike when these ortho bros show up. And it's just like, what?
So let's take this scenario then, Jacob. Let's say that Sam has been in this non-denom for 2 generations, and that he's grown up in this non-denom, and he's like, let's say he's 25, and the elders and the pastor find out he's a biblical Unitarian. I think you would at least get what Jonathan is talking about, of, slow down the process. Let's talk this out. And that would be a lot more than what Sam is doing now. And so I think what that says is that it's more a function of not being in this community for your whole life.
Okay, so the reason Sam is going to his current church is because his father knew the pastor from a long time ago, and the pastor said, "It's okay, Sam, you can come here." And now that pastor's gone, and the new elders and the new pastor are like, yeah, this guy's a heretic.
Yeah, that is true.
And also, to respond to Mark, since he's mentioning the Protestant Catholic thing, I mean, every time there's a new pope, there seems to be some shifting too. So it might be slower, but it's not immutable.
Look, I mean, okay, officially, Nancy Pelosi got excommunicated, and the week she got excommunicated, what she deliberately did was fly to Rome to meet with the Pope, went to a mass that the Pope celebrated, went up to one of the people giving communion, and took communion. Okay? Now, the Pope himself did not give her communion, but like, that's something completely foreign to how Sam's experience has been in Protestant churches. Protestant churches have a sense of orthodoxy and gatekeeping that is very different from a community where, especially I think when you have believers' baptism, because in a community where, okay, your parents are Jewish, you're part of our community, right? You're a Catholic, you grew up Catholic, you're a Catholic. Like, getting excommunicated out of the church is really, really difficult.
Well, okay, so something just came up. Okay, so I think we might be conflating two things, because there's the cultural community with the people that are involved, but I think this is where the distinction for, at least with Protestantism, but probably some others, it's not purely just the people that you're meeting with, it's the faith that you're participating in. So if you're not having faith in the same thing, that's where the distinction comes in. You can still probably hang out to some degree, But because those institutions are based around the faith and not just the community, I think that's why there's a little bit more stringency there.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I went to MacArthur's Grace Community Church. It was right down the street from my old office. And they were like, "Oh yeah, we have classes." And I'm like, "Okay, I'll for people who eventually want to become members." I'm like, "Okay." So I went to sign up for the classes, just for the classes. And I said, "I don't think I'm going to join your church. I just want to take the classes." And they're like, "Oh yeah, it's fine. I was rejected to take the classes. They would not allow me to attend the classes.
Yeah. That might be more of a function of it being a celebrity church, though. Possibly. Well, just because that's the downside to notoriety and stuff like that, is because you wind up having intentional disruptors, and so they probably have some level of gatekeeping there that's unfortunate. But
I'm going to disrupt their.
I mean, is it different than a live stream and weeding out the bots, though?
Yeah, no.
I mean, you were there, so I mean.
Well, I mean, I was
similar though.
I was attending services.
Oh, like multiple times and stuff?
Yeah.
Oh. Mm.
But when I wanted to take the class, I'm like, okay, let me go take the class. And they had an interview, and the guy who was interviewing me was like,
"Oh wait, you had to get." Oh well, I guess it took a course.
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
But it was like, I mean, and they were charging for the course.
Sure. Okay.
I was like, okay. Like it was like $5. It wasn't,
But yeah, nothing. But they wouldn't let you do it out of curiosity.
Yeah, it was like when he started asking me questions, I'm like, I don't believe this stuff. Like I don't believe Jesus is my savior, right?
But that does make like okay.
I don't think a Catholic church would have let you go through the RCIA program though, just for shits and giggles either.
But I think Jacob's point, like I think the way Jacob would respond to that is by saying like that's a function of this Protestant thing of moving around churches when you're not 5, or what like back when, like back before Protestantism, moving to different denominations wasn't a thing, right? And so that operation in Protestantism is what's causing this disruption of like we have to guard basically everything based on
where this church and the church across the street is a different church, as opposed to like a Catholic diocese. Like, okay, this is the Catholic church in this corner, and we don't have one across the street because why would we? There's one across town, and you go to the one that's closest.
Yeah. Now, what's interesting here is that I'm not super educated on this issue, but there is some debate over what happens when you get a Roman Catholic priest who wants to become an Orthodox priest, or vice versa. Because some people will say that, oh, you only need to get chrismated. Other people will say, no, you need to go through the whole thing. And so, this is a function of we disagree over propositional issues. And so there needs to be some sort of sorting out of the propositions.
I don't think it's
that
propositional.
Was exploded in Protestantism.
I think in those cases, if the specific example is supposed to prove the rule, Richard, I think that in those cases there's just a question of the validity of the sacrament. It's not necessarily the propositional value of anything. It's just more of the the experience. So it's taken on a case by case basis, I think, in a lot of cases, but it's not blanket. I mean, it is complicated.
But I think I feel bad boiling down the validity of the sacrament to it's not really, but like
some Orthodox bishops, for instance, will insist that you are rebaptized if you join the Orthodox Church if you weren't baptized through immersion, and they don't see it as a big deal necessarily that you were baptized twice, right? It's not like like it's not a big thing.
Yeah.
But I was baptized in a Reformed church growing up, like as a kid.
Yeah.
With water, the right form. Catholic Church had zero issue with it. Didn't have to get rebaptized when I joined. So I think there's a lot more decision making left up to the local bishop in Orthodoxy, maybe at least the practice is such that.
Yeah.
But it doesn't get to the realm of propositional truth, though. I don't think as much like.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean the only thing I'm thinking is like there are a significant number of propositions involved in whether the sacraments are valid. Like that isn't purely a participatory thing.
But the thing is, I mean, this is what gets me about the anti-propositional people. Like, there are people who seem to seriously be like, oh, I'm anti-propositions. And it's like, no, you can't do that. You can't, like, yes, propositional tyranny is a problem.
Yeah.
But you can't have, like, anything without propositions. Like,
yeah. And I agree with you there. But there seems to be, or there could be a difference in the propositionality, if I can put it that way, of the validity of the sacrament versus theological agreement in Protestant circles. Like the sacrament case seems to be less prone to, or it just seems to be less propositional, right? In some way. I'm not sure if you guys get that same intuition, but like because in the Roman Catholic Orthodoxy case, it is a lot more based in participation in the church and in the sacraments, that it is a different case than than what the Protestants are dealing with.
So, one person in our group who was actually two people were baptized by their father, one female, one male, and both of them interested in Eastern Orthodoxy were trying to see if their baptism would be accepted, right? Okay. And one of them was Mormon, the other one I think was Baptist, and both of them, it seems, it wasn't accepted. And I think the Baptist one, I'm not sure if she was joining an Eastern Orthodox church that required, like, is that a thing? Because I know the Catholics don't require your baptism to be done by somebody who's been ordained.
No, it has to be done under it has to follow the valid form of the sacrament, right. Which I think is form and intent, and although Father could probably give you the better definition, but you got to use
the Catholics don't. Yeah, but the Catholics don't require you to be ordained.
No, they don't require a minister or an ordained person. They don't require valid holy orders of any sort for baptism to do it. Lay people can do baptisms.
Whereas I think some of the Eastern Orthodox do.
Well, maybe, but I think in both cases,
they want the provenance of your baptism in order to accept it. So that'll count for a lot. So if you go to the parish priest in a Catholic church and say, I want to join the church, my great aunt baptized me when I was 2, pretty sure, blah blah blah. They'd be like, now we're gonna do it again.
No. I mean, this baptism happened. They were both baptized by their father.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
Um,
Right.
and-
But like in my
and
case,
the
in my case,
Mormons-
there was a
yeah.
certificate, and
Yeah.
they know what the Reformed Church does, and so the Catholic Church is like, okay, we know what they do, so it's probably fine.
Right.
Sorry, but the
Yeah,
Mormon.
but so and then the Mormon, generally people don't accept Mormon baptisms because they say that when Mormons use the Trinitarian formula, because they're non-Trinitarians, they don't mean the same thing.
Yeah, intent matters. So you have to be. There has to be an intention of a baptism to occur. Although that's the rub. Like how much intention? Do they just? From my understanding, just the intent to baptize is like the extent of it. The intent to do it in some sort of Trinitarian way, even though you use the Trinitarian formula. I don't know what the distinction there
the
would
thing
be.
is Mormons, I mean, this is famously Joseph Smith said God was a man just as we are now, God the Father. And so because of that, most people are like, yeah, you're not a Trinitarian.
Yeah.
Probably
Well,
fair.
I don't know. I solved that problem by identifying as an Orthodox Catholic Christian who protests heresies of all sorts.
Yeah. There you go.
I know.
Are you actually Catholic?
Me?
Yeah.
I mean, small c? What's
Small
the
c,
one that's
small o.
Yeah. I've been to Catholic Mass before a couple of
Me
times.
too.
But no. Yeah.
Me three.
I mean,
Me 4.
I was baptized Catholic,
I
No,
was
that's not
not.
true. You were baptized. Don't say you were baptized Catholic.
Fine. I was baptized.
You're baptized in the
by
Catholic
a
Church.
Catholic minister.
Yeah.
You
I
are
mean,
you are right. I shouldn't say that. I've never thought that I shouldn't say that, but I shouldn't say that. You're right.
It's a subtlety. Don't worry about it. I'm just picking on you.
No, I think
Okay.
it's an important. It's an important subtlety. So
trying to think of.
I just noticed you changed your name to Netanyahu.
Oh yeah.
Just now?
No,
Been like-
that was a ways back. Yeah.
That was like an hour and a half ago.
yeah. So, okay, wait, hold on.
I was-
Speaking of, sorry,
I saw this video that like BB was Mashiach ben Yosef or something, and there was don't worry about it. It was some Mormon thing actually. It was
okay.
and then it equated. It was like his Netanyahu is Jonathan in the Bible, and I was like, wait, what? And so I like look it up, and anyway, that's the connection.
What was going on with Majad Nawaz and Peterson and
Oh, it was actually one of the best discussions I've heard Majid Nawaz have ever. It was very good, and I actually tweeted that out, and he retweeted me.
oh wow.
Yeah, but they barely spoke about Netanyahu at all. And what I forget who it was who told me about the discussion was like he was under the impression that Majid was saying that Peterson shouldn't have spoken to Netanyahu, and I don't think that's what Majid was saying at all. Majid just he dislikes a lot of the things that Netanyahu said, which I agree, and he thinks that he thinks that Jordan Peterson should have confronted certain language that Netanyahu used, which I mean, but they didn't really go deep into it.
Right.
I mean, it's not like I agree with Majid. The fact is, there, I am perfectly fine in saying there is no such thing as Palestinian people. That's just a very modern invention for political purposes by Arab states. But like, I will defend that not because of any Zionist thing. Like, I'm not a fan of Netanyahu, but the discussion that they ended up having was actually very good and I think worth listening to. It
Okay.
didn't have too much to do with, they barely discussed the Netanyahu thing at all.
Okay. Good to know. I'll give it a listen.
Yeah, Majid, he does. I mean, he has a good head on his shoulders. I think he still has some kind of legacy beliefs that
Yeah.
still pop up. But I mean, that's part and parcel of his upbringing, and you can't deconstruct everything.
Well, I mean, he has beliefs that I disagree with, and but he's an intelligent person. I've never heard him say anything that I would say is completely indefensible.
And he was, because I watched him recently. Oh wait, no, this is a different person. Because maybe it's not, because someone was popping up on my YouTube feed who was critiquing Sam Harris for, I think, his recent political dust-ups. And it was someone in the IDW space, but I can't remember who it was. I don't think it was this guy.
I mean, Majid Nawaz doesn't get heard from very often. Especially, I mean, he lost his. He had a radio show in Great Britain, and he lost it because of his opposition to COVID.
Oh,
yeah.
I've confused Majid Nawaz with Gad Saad. So.
Yeah, two different people.
There you go. Yeah.
With who?
Gad Saad.
Oh yeah, very different people.
Yeah. No. Yeah.
They both have white beards.
They do both have white beards. Yes.
And Gad has slimmed up quite a bit.
He has indeed. Yes. Gad Saad is humorous. He's an atheist, God have mercy on his soul, but he's very humorous.
Yeah, he's funny. He's good.
He has a flair for the understated sarcasm.
Yeah. Yeah.
He is very good at sarcasm. This is definitely true.
All right. We briefly touched on, it was, oh my gosh, I can't remember the name of the guy, and Mark just left. He probably remembered, but yeah, we briefly touched on, he mentioned getting the Islamic perspective and stuff like that, and how come we don't. I think he cited that conversation.
Sorry.
About your friend.
What'd you say?
Oh, I was just gonna say that one of the guys we were talking to yesterday, who I for some stupid reason can't remember his name. But he had mentioned that conversation with Majid, and just talking about, well, hey, well, how come we don't include Judeo-Christian Islamic considerations and stuff like that?
Yeah, that was Majid's big point, is he doesn't like the term Judeo-Christian because he thinks it's deliberately excluding Muslims, and it is.
Yeah.
What are your opinions on that?
I mean,
I don't like it because it joins together two things that don't belong joined together like that.
Judeo-Christian, I mean, I understand it. I am a lot less into semantic games than I used to be. And yeah.
I mean, if you're talking about like the West, like I think like in terms of the intellectual history of the West, then I think you would be pretty hard pressed to include Islam in that.
See, that was part of Majid Nawaz's whole
No,
point.
no.
Is
That's
no. Look, the Muslim contribution to the Renaissance and Avicenna, and so like his whole thing of we would not have the ancient Greek texts without Muslim preservation of them. Is like, and that was part of his point.
Well,
It was a very interesting discussion.
So, but did they add any values? Would be it's always
so algebra. Like his thing was like, okay, what would, and he's right, I think. Like, what would the West be without algebra and zero and right. Geometry. Right?
So I guess the question is yes. I think it would be easy to say that yes, Muslims contributed a fair deal. But I think the distinction there is Islam. Did Islam do that, or as you know, I've tried to read up a bit and listen to some well-versed scholars on that, and it does seem like part of the disconnect is that most of the stuff that's contained in the Quran doesn't line up as far as application and character and stuff like that of God.
The Quran is actually really short.
Yeah.
And it's mostly just referencing.
How long is it?
Good question.
Because I'm now used to just reading books, so now I should just read it.
Compared to the Bible,
you got to read it in Arabic, though, Richard. Otherwise, it doesn't count.
So the Quran is 4/5 of the length of the New Testament.
Okay, yeah, very readable. Okay.
So far shorter than the Old Testament, the Hebrew Bible.
Do you know how long the what's it called?
Bhagavad Gita?
No. Hold on. Come back to me because I do want to recall the term.
I have no idea where she found these cobwebs, but I guess I'm happy she found them.
Probably in the corner back there by the light, because the light would have attracted bugs, which would attract spiders.
Wow.
She was just back there.
Maybe.
Jacob, I'm ashamed because when Raj came up in this corner, I was probably so I had a
Guru Granth Sahib? I have no clue how long Guru Granth Sahib is.
That's not what the scripture is called, though.
Yes, it is. No, that is the name of the scripture. Guru Granth Sahib. Yeah, the 11th Guru is the scripture.
Right. I feel like there's another name for it, though. Because I actually took a unit in my senior year of high school on Sakit. Because, partly because there are a lot of Sikhs in the area I grew up in. There is a Sikh temple somewhat close to my house.
Back to the Quran. The Quran is completely illegible without the Hebrew Bible and the Christian Bible.
True.
It's just, I mean, if you don't have the Christian Bible and the Jewish Bible, like the Quran is just like, okay, what is this talking about? Who are these people it's talking about? Like, it's kind of like a commentary on Christianity and Judaism.
Okay.
And the more I've become a pretty big Eisenman fan in believing Robert Eisenman. He is a scholar of the Dead Sea Scrolls. and he basically believes that what happened was Christianity had Jewish and Pauline Christianity, and Jewish Christianity turned into Islam.
Okay. In what was the year of
613,
613?
like that is the official supposed date.
I wanted to say 612, but isn't that like the fall of Nineveh or something? Anyway.
No clue. But I mean, the history of Islam is weird, and yeah.
Yeah.
Chezi says,
Okay.
still going, we're losing the Jonathan.
Well, I'm starting to fade, and I just realized too that it's daylight savings. So not only is it it's 3 a.m. now.
Guru Granth Sahib is nearly 1,500 pages.
Oh wow. Okay. That's
Maybe
a lot. It's also known as the Adi Grants, which is what I was thinking.
Yeah. I'm gonna bug out.
All right.
Peace, guys.
Yes.
Goodbye, President.
Nice talking to you.
Yeah, you too.
I was gonna say maybe we should. Well, I was gonna call you Benjamin, but that would be terrible. Because he's actually whatever. I'm fading, but this is interesting as always.
Yeah.
Thank you for facilitating the space to have these discussions.
Where do you live, Eric? I forget.
Texas.
You're in
Texas.
Texas.
Wow.
Sir, yes, sir.
There's a lot of people in Texas.
And like, is
Yeah,
it rural
it's a pretty
Texas?
big state, and we, huh?
Are you in like rural Texas, or are you in one of the cities?
I'm somewhere in between now.
Okay.
A lot of rural areas are becoming populated rapidly as we receive refugees from the great state of California and New York.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Fair.
no, it's a nice little corner of the world if you don't mind constantly changing. Well, I mean, everywhere the weather's constantly changing and there's bugs and junk. But hey, that's everywhere.
Yep.
Improvise, adapt, overcome.
Yep.
All the good stuff.
Exactly.
But I don't know. Did that answer your question, Jacob? More or less.
Kind of, yeah.
No, he wants your exact address. Eric.
Exact. Okay. Well, let me send you my GPS coordinates. 1 second.
And we have Chezi.
Oh my goodness. Oh man, if Hezy's here, I gotta stay now. Gee whiz.
And Chezi, we have a question for you. How did Jews go about repentance today?
They just
So there's a verse in Hosea that says, "Take with you words and confess to the Lord, and we shall become whole with the calves of our lips." And stop trying to eat my thing. And
Is your
so,
cat trying to eat your mouse?
No.
No, the cat was trying to eat my whatchamacallit? What do you call this thing? Headphone.
What do you do?
What?
What does Eric do? What's your profession?
Yeah, Eric, what do you do?
What do I do? What don't I do?
With your life?
Well, right now I basically help. I help with CAD, just basic CAD, preparing countertops for fabrication, and I do IT stuff. And I used to be a photographer, and I used to do all sorts of stuff.
Okay.
But what do you do with CAD?
I'm basically just preparing files that templaters take in the field, and basically prepare those files specifically for the production side of things, and make sure they from production to install and all sort of stuff. So it's cleanup and notation and interpretation to make sure everybody gets what they need to get with specificity.
Are these like work plans, like working on houses?
Yeah, mostly.
You know that's what I do, brother, right?
I know that you do architecture, but
I mean, I'm always looking. I mean, I don't know if you freelance, but I'm always looking for people. So I don't know, like, what exactly, like, I don't know if it would be relevant.
Like I sent stuff out.
You're cutting out a little bit there, but what was
Yeah.
that?
He was offering you a job.
Oh, yeah.
I'm always looking for cat peek. So like you could work or send your
Chazi, we're having a lot of trouble
Yeah.
hearing you.
Your,
And-
mi-
Like,
your mic is cutting.
Yeah, and
Before.
Happy is with Arya Lev and his brother on the homestead.
Yep.
What I was saying, Eric, is that if you could put it on the chat over here, your email, I'll send you a follow-up email, and you could send me some of your work, and we could see if there's anything relevant. Maybe we could do something together.
possibly. I'm pretty swamped at the moment, but I'm happy to reach out.
They all canceled. It's fine. You got time
Oh,
now.
okay.
I spoke to them. To Richards. I spoke to him. He's done. He's finished. Richard, when's the next test, Richard?
Next test. The end of March, I think. Yeah.
The end of March.
Yeah, like March 27 or 29. I think.
Yes, Richard has promised us he's going to do much better this semester.
This is true.
Do you want to bring your teacher on here, your professor? We'll have a conversation with him.
Oh boy.
That would be a lot of fun, actually. I would really enjoy that.
Eric, how did you find yourself on this space?
I did the same YouTube algorithm situation. I think around the
Eric?
time Peterson.
Eric is one of the old school Bridges of Meaning people.
Okay.
I mean, are you being ageist right now with me, Jacob?
Mhm.
No.
Because I see you chill with on the Navigating Patterns group, and with
Mark.
Oh,
and that
yeah.
whole crew.
Yeah,
I seen
sometimes I observe more than I participate, mainly just because I am working all the time, and or actually trying to spend time with family, which turns out is pretty time intensive.
Time with family. Yeah, you have kids.
I do.
Thank God.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a whole other thing too. What's this?
A real gift. Hopefully, our time spent on this channel will allow us to be better fathers and hopefully create a better world for our kids as well.
I mean, that is always the hope. I mean, it clearly has already. I mean, it just the pure breadth of discussion topics and perspectives and expertise. I mean, it's been invaluable, and especially given how a lot of people have talked about not being able to have conversations of this particular type, investigating, teasing out ideas, just throwing them out there against the wall. I mean, it's yeah. I mean, there always should be a public square, or at least a quasi-public square, a place to meet publicly, and then jump into these more, not selective exactly, but winnowed by pursuit
Yeah.
to something that's productive, and so that's Anyway, it's been good, which is why I'm still here.
Yeah. For sure. Yeah, I was thinking recently about the value of the internet, and all of the people I've met on here that I wouldn't have met otherwise. It is pretty amazing. So,
Mhm.
Yeah.
And that's the cool thing is like you let people self-select to some degree, and then have that group select once they've coalesced enough. I mean, I think that's one of the valuable things, aside from the framing thing that used to be talked about more, but also the framing and the spirits of things, I think is really good to tease out, because it's very, I mean, people have rebranded it as vibes or whatever and stuff like that too, but I think in general, when you find people that are in the same spirit in any given time, that's essentially a coalescing agent.
Yeah.
At the very least, you're traveling together, if not at the same rate. You might all be on the
Yeah.
ocean and being blown by the same wind.
Yeah. Yeah, I do think one of the things you lose is like having to live with people you would prefer not to live with. Like that was, people would talk about that in churches and stuff like that, but that is one of the things I experienced working for the first time this past summer, and also getting more involved in a church as well, is like the diversity of people that you meet in real life in wider communities is valuable, in a way that these online communities don't get you because they're more idiosyncratic. You can, you do lose that, but I think there is value to also, the way you put it, being in the company of people of the same spirit as well. And it's sometimes hard to find that in real life as well. So.
Yep, for sure.
Oh, Andrew.
How's it going,
Hello.
Richard?
Good. How are you?
Good.
I heard you got asked if you were a Lutheran.
Yes, I was. I had to explain to the poor chap that I converted away from Lutheranism. Meanwhile, Jacob, I think, was in a worse position.
Yeah. He had to
but-
explain that he had sarcastically said or called for genocide.
Genocide? I called for Lutheran churches to be burnt down.
Oh my
I was quoting Martin Luther.
I said sarcastically. I said sarcastically.
Okay, thank goodness it was sarcastic. Gee whiz. Oh, hey, now that there's a fourth, I should probably actually duck out because I do need to get some sleep.
All right.
But,
Good night, Eric.
Good night.
Good night, all.
Have a good one.
Nice. Good to see you, Andrew. Bye.
Yeah, you as well. Oh, Hezzy's on here too.
Hezzy is, but he's on a phone call. Because he actually has to work, and it's morning in Israel.
Crazy. Speaking of
the three of us are all in Los Angeles.
Really?
Yes.
That's mad. What are you doing in LA here, Richard?
You guys don't know each other?
No, we do.
I thought you were at Biola.
Yeah, I'm at Biola. Yep.
Biola is in Los Angeles. I know, it's shocking to me too. I only found that out like 2 years ago.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm probably like half.
I thought Biola was in Texas. It's Bible Institute of Los Angeles. That's what Biola stands for. Yeah. Shock. Yes.
Andrew, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Andrew, you doing well?
Yep.
You had a good day?
Yeah, I am currently at the best food truck on campus, Pero.
Yeah, food trucks?
Yep.
What is this?
Uh-huh.
I took Andrew to shul with me Friday night.
Really?
Yep.
Yes, a reform shul.
Yeah.
Andrew, how was that?
Pretty good. I mean, they do all the popular stuff, so I hit, abridged versions of all the traditional whatever prayers.
It was a smorgasbord. On Friday night they even do a Torah reading.
What?
Oh, that face was priceless.
All right. I was gonna tell you, Andrew, and unfortunately, this is like I have to get off after this. That a few, weeks ago, you were on a stream, and you were mentioning that like the people in this little corner have a responsibility to try to address the meaning crisis a little more head on.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so I appreciate you for doing that. I applaud you for being so open and honest. I'm sure that was difficult, and don't think it was it was noticed, and hopefully the responsible parties will integrate that as well. And my message to you is don't stop reaching out.
Yeah.
So like I'm sure those elements are very difficult, but I mean, as Grimm always says, you are virtually not alone. And while that's not the same thing as physically not alone, I'm also glad to hear that Jacob himself came and chilled with you. So yeah. So I mean, and I'm not putting Jacob on the spot, and I'm not saying Jacob saw that stream. The point is,
I did see the stream, but that's not why. I also took Richard to the same shul with his parents.
So so that's where that engagement can happen. So again, so thank you for being you, and thank you for participating.
Yeah, my pleasure. I'm always happy
You're
to be on
valued, you're loved, and you're seen. And on that note,
bye, Fezzy.
Have a good one.
Goodbye.
So next time, the three of us will have to go and try to convince Shira to actually come on my stream.
Well, she won't come on. She refused to come on.
Basically, yeah.
Oh, sad. Yeah, I'd like to talk to her. Like, actually talk to her myself.
Yeah, that's what she said. Like she actually wanted to talk to you more as opposed to your father kind of lecturing her.
Did she express some discontent with that?
No, I mean she was surprised at some of the stuff he said, and it was surprising stuff for him to say.
He did the same thing to Van Donk, so take that for its worth.
To who?
Van Donk.
Van Donk. Oh,
Van
really?
Donk went out to lunch. Yeah, we went out to lunch, and the same thing happened. So.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, basically, I mean, I told her I think your father was talking to you more than he was talking to her.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Well, to a lesser extent, the same thing happened with Paul. Because we went out to lunch with Paul, but Paul held his own a bit more. So there you go. Yeah. But yeah. I'd love to see her again. Have lunch with her again, whenever. So I guess in the fall, you said. So.
Yeah, or yeah, we'll see. You guys are certainly welcome to come draft my magic cube. Nobody's drafted my magic cube yet.
You should teach me magic, Jacob.
Honestly, the best way to learn magic is to download the free game and play the tutorials at least.
Okay.
Because that'll teach you stuff. That'll teach you the basics really easily.
Alright, sounds good. I'll do that. And then I'm sure people, I'm sure they stream tournaments and stuff like that online.
Yes. Okay. So possibly my biggest moment of fame before Father Stephen coming on this channel.
Sure.
Was when I was a tournament official. I was a judge at Pro Tour, and during the quarterfinals, somebody asked me a question, and and suddenly my phone goes off. All my friends, hey, you were on the stream.
That's cool.
Pro Tour Philadelphia quarterfinals. He asked me if
what year?
Oh, this was 2014, I think. Yeah, Pro Tour Philadelphia around 2014.
Oh,
maybe 2013.
It came right up. Maybe
Yeah.
2013.
Quarterfinals, he asked me if Dryad Arbor is still a creature under Blood Moon, and yes, it is.
Okay. Nice. Awesome.
And only a magic geek would know what that question means.
Only a good judge would be able
Would
to
know the
answer
answer?
that
Nah, I think most of the judges would know the answer, but
Okay.
I was actually kind of surprised he didn't know the answer, but he asked.
Yeah. Fair. Yeah.
So I got to say yes on the live stream.
Awesome. Awesome.
Wonderful.
Ha.
That's what you'll go down in history as.
Yes, the guy who said yes.
That and talking to a
Father Stephen the
Stephen the Young. Yep.
Yes.
Hey, I mean that. Let me see how much. Let me see how much views that thing has right now.
Oh yeah, I wonder.
Where? My studio and okay.
I got my food.
How dare you get food?
Cry about it.
Whoa! Wait! Oh, that
What
kind of
happened?
looks like you. Is this you? Is that you?
That is me. That is me.
Look at that! Wow.
You found me very quickly.
I did.
There, yes.
I pulled up the video. And I was like, oh.
What year was it? 2013?
2014.
14. Okay.
Yeah. Wow. Look at that. 10 years ago, almost. 9 years ago.
Yeah. Yes. Where is that?
And let's see. 2037. I know that guy. Whoops.
So 2,000 watch hours, 74 subscribers, and that I gained.
Crazy. I think one of them's me.
4,000 views. 12 views in the last 48 hours.
Oh wow.
Wow.
4. Okay.
Yep.
Nice. He has a lot of little appearances. Sorry, Steven.
Yeah.
Let me get Shadow some more food. I'll be right back.
Today at church, I talked to a guy whose grandmother was an apprentice of Isaac Fanous, who's the founder of the Neo-Coptic iconographic tradition.
Wow.
Yeah.
The Neo-Coptic iconographic tradition.
Without that guy, there would be no Coptic icons. It'd
Wow.
all be like Catholic.
Okay.
Yeah, so I am very grateful to have talked to him.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I'm curious about my church's icons. I should look into that a bit more. Because I know that St. Michael's is supposedly the first purpose-built Western Rite Orthodox church in America. And so I don't know if the icons are Catholic or specifically Western Orthodox. So, yeah, I'd be curious to know that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Beautiful church. What is your church called again?
St. Mark's. I think it's in the running for the oldest Coptic church in America.
Oh,
There's one in New Jersey that might beat it out.
okay.
But yeah, it has. Jacob wasn't here. It has icons by the founder of the Neo-Coptic tradition.
Neo-Coptic tradition? What's the
Yep.
Neo-Coptic tradition?
So in like the 18th century, the Coptic tradition pretty much died out. Like there were monks who knew how to do it, and they kind of just died off. So Dr. Isaac Fanus went back, learned the whole tradition. Like he studied even these the pharaonic whatever burial shrouds and whatnot, and all the icons he could find. I think a major problem of his was that like tarnished icons were like burnt as incense or whatever, something like that, which was kind of crazy. So he couldn't find as much as he wanted, but you can see him like coming up with styles and like progressively getting towards the style that he settled on. It's absolutely amazing. And he's made some beautiful churches, so I'm very grateful.
Yeah, that's cool.
He was actually I don't know if you should call it like a disciple, a student of Leonid Ouspensky, who revived the Russian tradition.
Okay. Yeah, or in the Catholic Church. Oh, so there was a revival of iconography in the Catholic tradition then? Would be what that would be? Or
Russian,
different?
in the Orthodox, because
in Western Orthodox.
Maybe, I don't know. But Ouspensky, he was coming out of the communist era where like they were just destroying icons willy-nilly. So he was like, how do we preserve this tradition, bring it back in a style that's not whatever indulgent. Because like a main criticism of the church before whatever the Soviets was that like the church was indulgent, it had too much money, it was just putting gold on everything. So I think he did a pretty good job of it. Like Russian icons nowadays are pretty beautiful.
Good.
So, yeah.
So Jordan Cerna wants to know how you ended up Coptic over Catholic or EO.
Whoa. All right. It was, in general, it is because of iconography that I am a Christian. Now I'm going to have to back up that claim. I don't know. This might be... No.
I still think you should have gone Armenian.
Yeah? Okay. All right. I might be saying blasphemy, but that's just because, like, I am using the absolute edge case to try and prove my point. But you know how, like, the Tetragrammaton plays with, like, the idea of reference, right? Like, the name refers to God.
That's not why you chose Coptic, because I only told you this 2 weeks ago.
I'm just using this to illustrate the point. But in Christianity, in iconography, they explicitly say that Christ, it's because of the hypostasis, or Christ uniting the human and divine natures in his hypostasis, that we're able to represent him. So it's like that humanity acts as a referent to his divinity, you could say.
Okay.
I'm sure that's going to be blasphemous for you, Jacob.
I'm not even sure I understood what you said.
Yeah.
I know you're trying to explain why you're non-Chalcedonian. I just have very little idea.
I'm trying to explain why I'm not Catholic. Because the Catholics don't have that explained. The only reason they have icons is because it's a good teaching tool. Like that's their response to the Seventh Ecumenical Council. So you could say it's through Christ's hypostasis that we can refer to God. All right. So that's how I became Orthodox, you could say. And then I did the classic move of Orthodox church near me and let me go there. And that's how I became Coptic Orthodox.
Okay.
Yep.
Got it.
And yes, I have dipped my toe into the whole Chalcedon debate. And I think Ephesus shows that there's been periods in church history where we've used different terminology and we know we're meaning the same thing and we've lived in harmony. I don't know whether we can continue with that. Like, should we settle upon certain terms and say this is our theology, or should we continue with our different terms, but we all know that each other are meaning the same thing? But for the sake of not church shopping and just to give the East Orthodox a reason to reintegrate these lost brothers, I am Coptic Orthodox.
Wait, what was the last part?
For the sake of East Orthodox integrating their lost Orthodox brothers, I am Coptic Orthodox. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll say it's given me a unique position as someone who is Coptic but is not really opposed to the Syriac Church of the East.
Right.
Because so Jordan says, so the incarnation is expressed more fully through the Coptic practice?
I'd say the incarnation is expressed more fully through iconography. St. Athanasius says that God became, how do I put this? God, seeing that man worshipped every lowly thing, himself became lowly, that man might worship him. Iconography is fulfilling Christ's work.
So you really like icons?
Yes, I really love icons. I'm sure you think that it should be reserved for temple worship.
No, I mean, I actually, so this has been part of my thing of like, I think within Judaism, we've been a bit too iconoclastic in response to Christianity. It was a big deal, and it continues to be a big deal for me that officially in Eastern Orthodoxy, you are not supposed to make icons of God the Father.
Yep.
And as long as that is the case, I have zero problem with Gentiles making other forms of icons.
What do you think about like the divine darkness, right? Like us having just a black space, you could say, or sometimes like a dark blue space that would theoretically refer to God the Father.
I mean, I don't see how that's very different from me writing G-D.
Okay.
Okay.
There's some icons that do like the complete opposite. It's just like a completely white blank space, which I think is pretty cool too.
Yeah, I mean, blank space, and that's another thing. Like, Eastern Orthodox icons are all two-dimensional. Like, just by the fact that they're two-dimensional puts them in a very different category than graven images. Like,
yeah,
it's funny. Like, at the pizza parlor, we were talking to that Catholic guy, and I was like, one of the strange things in this little corner is how much people in this corner hate the
Sistine Chapel.
Sistine
Yep.
Chapel.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, even Father Eric, like I was saying it should be put in a museum, and he's like, nope, destroyed.
Wow. Yeah.
You're a Catholic priest.
Yeah.
He's like, yep, destroy it.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I don't know which side of that split I would be on, but
I'm definitely for putting it in a museum. I think it's fine. Take it out, put it in a museum. We don't need to destroy it.
yeah. But
I
not
don't-
in.
I'm not
the
sure.
Antonio's like, no, destroy it.
Oh man.
I'm not sure you can have secular space though, Jacob.
Yes, you must have secular space. Secularity is important. Okay, once she destroys that ball, I'm going to have to figure out a way of replacing it because she's
Did you get
definitely
that at
going to
Costco?
destroy that. No, Amazon.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't know they had cat trees at Costco. I probably would have gotten it at Costco.
Sometimes they do.
Jacob, one question I've been wanting to ask you ever since you talked about going to Mormon temple is did you sense any demons at St. Michael's?
No. And I've never sensed a demon at Mormon temples. It's just, it's if there are demons anywhere, I would say probably there.
Okay.
I think when you say demon, it intrigues a lot of Christians. Yeah, I think they're seen very differently. I definitely wasn't thinking you were given a supernatural vibe, but I had a pretty good sense what you were talking about when you were talking with Lee Baker.
Yeah. What about Antonio? What's his tradition?
Yeah, I was going to ask. Because I think we've met briefly, Antonio. We've never.
Well, I had a conversation with Antonio on my channel. So.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Yeah, no, I consider myself a Noahide.
Okay.
I know there was Jonathan was on earlier. I was trying to hop on earlier to talk with him because I was trying to hear his story.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have to have Jonathan come on for a conversation. Although we've spoken about it a couple of times, but I don't think we've ever actually had a conversation.
Yeah, I mean, I don't exactly get to talk to a lot of other Noahides, so
Yeah.
Well, you're not part of the book club. Elijah has the book club, the Halachic Man book club. It's so funny. Like, if anybody had asked me which book should we have a book club for, I don't think the Halachic Man would have been on the list. But
Here you
people
are.
seem to like it.
Here you are.
I remember reading your Facebook post on the Halachic Man years ago.
Yeah, that one note 4 from Halachic Man, I think is incredibly relevant to what's going on in this little corner, as well as just broader society in terms of and I can't find my copy of Halachic Man. I took it to work. And so it must be around here somewhere.
Jacob, you're in a book club that you don't have the book for?
I'm not in the book club. I am. I just show up for the book club. It's on my channel. I show up. I've read Halachic Man twice.
Okay.
It's one of the few books I've read twice.
Okay.
I'm not going to read it a third time just for the book club. But they need somebody to answer questions about all the Jewish stuff in it.
Okay.
So,
There you go.
And my cat has decided she needs to do laps
Oh.
because she is apparently very nocturnal.
Okay.
The person who gave her to me seems to think that after one night I would be done with her. She's very excited. When I took her to the vet's like, wow, this cat is all muscle. And she is.
Yeah.
I'm trying to fatten her up a bit.
She is very like small and like skinny.
Yeah, I mean, well, she's 5 pounds and she's
Wow.
5 months old.
Okay. So pretty young.
Ah.
Okay.
Uh,
Is she like underweight for like where she should be?
I think she's medium weight for a cat. She's not gonna be a big cat, but she's also not a tiny cat.
Okay.
She's like medium-sized cat.
Got it.
Yeah, she's just shredded.
Yeah.
No fat.
She is in fraction.
That cat. What tradition were you before becoming a no-hide?
Oh. Yeah, well, I just like to sum it up as I was atheist my whole life, and then
Okay.
hit a crossroads, wasn't sure what to do,
Got it.
and then I became Noahide.
Okay. Crossroad was Pearson or someone else?
Yeah, there's a few people involved, but the main figures I'd say for the crossroads was Kierkegaard
Okay.
and well, Jacob too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Either
Wow.
or. That's
Alright.
a crossroads to be sure.
Yeah. Yeah, Kierkegaard kind of blew my mind in the
Okay.
beginning. So,
Got it. Nice.
that's another reason why your note stuck out, because you mentioned Kierkegaard in your Halakhic Man note.
I didn't mention him. The Rav mentioned him, but yes, yeah.
Super random question, Jake. So there's this general idea that death is the consequence of sin. But God puts Adam to sleep. What's up with that, huh?
To sleep?
To sleep,
Oh.
yeah?
Yeah, so I mean, sleep is 1/60th of death, but
Why is it 1/60th of death? What?
that's what the Talmud says. Sleep
Okay.
is 1/60th of death.
Strange.
I wonder what fraction going under is. Anesthesia.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, so did death? Well, I would say in a sense death came into. So I don't know if you're aware of the concepts of Adam Kadmon and Adam Rishon. So there's primordial man and first man, and so in Judaism we believe the first creation story is about Adam Kadmon, is about primordial man, and the second creation story is about Adam Rishon, which is Adam and Eve, who were physical beings as opposed to simply spiritual beings. A spiritual being of Adam Kadmon, and so. Yeah, there was a spiritual descent from Adam Kadmon to Adam Rishon. And Lonely Man of Faith, actually, which is the second book the Rav wrote after Halakhic Man, it spends a lot of time talking about Adam Rishon and Adam Kadmon. So.
What is that book called?
Lonely Man of Faith.
Would it be difficult for a not Jew?
Quite possibly impossible, I would say.
Okay.
Yeah, the Rav was very clearly not writing for a Gentile audience.
Okay. Fair.
Um,
Fair.
and like, I mean, I don't know if you've been following our book club at all.
No.
Before you try Lonely Man of Faith, I would certainly try Halachic Man first.
Okay.
Although, maybe not. I don't know. Lonely Man of Faith is actually rather short. It's not very long. It's only like 50 pages.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah.
easier to puzzle over, I guess.
Well, I think Halachic Man is also only like 150 pages or something. It's pretty short. It was originally just an essay.
100 pages does make quite a difference, though. So.
Yeah, and well, I mean, they were both originally written in Hebrew, and
Okay.
in Hebrew, they were both. I mean, they were shorter in that they, like, Hebrew is a lot shorter than English.
Okay.
And when it got translated, I mean, Halachic Man has kind of become a foundational text for all of modern Orthodox Judaism. So
Okay.
that's why Elijah wanted to do it.
Yeah, for sure. Interesting.
Well, I have a question for everybody here, although I kind of already know what Jacob's answer is going to be. So, in sorting out, and I know it's kind of random, but it's on my mind tonight. In sorting out competing truth claims, especially about the nature of reality and everything,
True.
do you think there's a way in which you can sort them out and say, this is probably more likely true or most likely true? Or do you think it's kind of like, well, to each their own what they believe?
I definitely wouldn't say to each their own. I mean,
Yeah.
So this is something, I don't know if you saw my Twitter exchange with Ken from climbing on Mount Sophia.
No.
In fact, why don't I pull that up? You guys talk while I pull that up.
All right. Yeah, it's funny because I'm going through a philosophy seminar right now on the problem of religious diversity, and so we're reading all of these analytic philosophical papers on adjudicating competing truth claims. And of course, as a first-year philosophy student, I can't say much authoritatively, but like the sense I get has been that, unsurprisingly, it's confirmed something a conclusion I previously came to, that what Paul Vanderkooy calls the monarchical vision that the new atheists like to try and posit is impossible, and that standing within a tradition is necessary, and that making yourself willfully blind to the underpinnings of that tradition, as I think the new atheists do, is debilitating. And so I forget your dichotomy that you presented, but the first one sounded right to me. You have to stick with one. You can't be hot or cold, I think. or sorry, you can't be lukewarm with one of the pre-established ways of thinking about reality.
You have to
And
be pretty convinced that it's true.
yeah, and I don't think that doesn't mean that you're never going to change between systems, but I do think that being lukewarm or pretending that you stand above all of them is foolish. And so that's sort of the conclusion I've come to, is that you have to do that in order to adjudicate claims between systems.
So the this is Ken's pinned tweet, and somebody alerted me to it because it's cringe.
I don't know
So
who Ken is.
Ken climbing on Mount Sophia. He actually lives not that far from you in Salem. So he said, I am aware, therefore I exist. This is the first principle. All other knowledge is conjecture based on varying levels of probability. Okay. And I responded, wow, this is cringe. You exist. If you need a principle to tell you that, you have already been possessed by the spirit of dissection. Ken says, what are you? And I said, possessed by the spirit of skepticism, which is why one of my primary axioms is stop questioning things that do not matter. Whether or not you exist is a, and in quotes, stupid question. And I included this clip.
And if someone comes along and asks you an existential question about your commitment to that, the right response is, why are you asking me such stupid questions?
Can you start it over?
This is manifesting. Well, and if someone comes along and asks you an existential question about your commitment to that, the right response is, why are you asking me such stupid questions when this is manifesting itself right in front of your eyes? Like, how blind can you be? Well.
So that's from Jordan Peterson's final lecture on maps of meaning from University of Toronto in 2017. He said, so Ken responds, what is having the axiom and what is being possessed? And I responded, stop asking stupid questions, Ken. Words mean things. You know well enough what those words mean. Incessant navel gazing is crippling. Said, you see, this is precisely the issue. I'm not at all sure I know well enough what words mean. They quite seem to open up more every time I return to them. And what do you mean by navel gazing? And I responded, I mean precisely this. Life is lived. You drink your glass of water in the morning without being sure that it's not poisoned. You walk into a building without making sure it will not fall down. You go to sleep without being sure you awake. Choose life. He said, my sense is that you are pointing to the same place as my initial statement is attempting, something like the futility of using computation to build an adequate model of reality. And I said, the latter part of your statement, yes. The idea that you start with a proof that you exist is just silly. Not only do you not have a proof you exist, it is silly to doubt whether you exist. Who is doing the doubting? And he responded, precisely, it is a provocative and ironic statement. My heritage is Cartesian. This may not be the case for you, in which case this would be quite confusing. Given my heritage, it was quite important to go underneath Descartes and fall off the edge, if you will. This was a significant move for me and continues to be a touchstone of remembering beyond the Cartesian. So,
yeah.
What reminded me of your question is this part, which actually
That's a
really
stupid question. I'm just kidding.
no, the being sure part, and actually, I know you've listened to Rabbi Shochat's speech about why religion is important. That he talks about faith and stuff, and ultimately, we live life without being 100% sure. You can't live your life actually being 100% sure. That just does not work. And so, yeah, we can't be sure. But that doesn't mean that everything is
Flux.
up for grabs. That's certainly not true. And if you try living that way, I mean, just try deciding not to eat anymore. Guess what? Not gonna work. Jordan says, would a Jew say all things are relative to God? Yeah, I would say that.
Let's go. I am a big fan of panentheism.
I am a big fan of panentheism too.
We love to see.
Now, what do you guys know
Well,
of
hold on.
occasionalism and the B theory of time?
Say the first thing again.
Occasionalism?
No,
Man,
never
too
heard of
many
it.
isms.
If I have the right word, I think
Well,
I do.
so-
I'm gonna
so
double check just to
I-
make sure.
Yeah, I know occasionalism. I don't know the second thing. What was it? Leibniz who did occasionalism? I forget who did occasionalism.
So, according to Google, occasionalism is the doctrine that God is the only true cause. What appears to be causes in the natural world, a lightning strike that sets off a forest fire, for example, are only occasions for God to act. Such natural events are merely correlated, not causally connected.
Yeah,
You want my opinion?
Continue.
Go ahead, Andrew. Go ahead, Andrew.
I like when you have a word that like describes everything's relation to each other. That's like a word that's too high up, you know? If it doesn't.
I thought you were gonna say when you take a word
Sure.
and add an ism to it, you just butcher it.
Yeah. I mean, like, if you're saying God causes everything, and all things are causes of God, like, I don't know, that's. Is it some sort of weird dualism, or like, how is God different from this cause? And, you know.
You know what this reminds me of, Jacob?
What?
when you came up to visit and we had Dominic with us,
Mm.
the idea occurred to me. It's like some people who just want to dodge the God thing. They'll just come up with all these isms where it's just kind of like, so you mean Judaism? Or it's like kind of that, but instead of saying it, you're going to have these three isms that, like, yeah, that's pretty cool. I like your answer, though. You're like,
What?
when he asked if you were some type of ism, you're like, no, I believe in Judaism. That's just the simple answer.
Okay.
What was the second thing you listed, Jacob?
The B theory of time.
I don't know that one.
Okay, so the A theory of time, which is what most people assume is what we mean by time, is
Sure.
that time flows 1 minute after the other. And then there's the B theory of time, which says that each instance in time is separate and not causally related to any other instance in time.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I just reading Marcus Aurelius, and he believes something like that.
So I would say that certainly within Hasidism, but I would say generally in Judaism, we believe, and that's what reminded me when he said, would a Jew say all things are relative to God? Because if you believe in the B theory of time, which is that God creates every single instant, right? Then you are in fact espousing occasionalism, because the fact that each moment is related to every other moment is only by virtue of the fact that God relates them to each other.
But not much bearing on.
I mean, there's nothing that says that if I were to choose to pour this on the ground, that it should actually fall on the ground, other than God saying that my choice in this moment would somehow is an occasion for him to make the next moment in that manner, which is what I truly believe, is that God decides to make each moment based on how the relationship is with us in our growing, but our relationship to who we were yesterday is merely, I mean, that's why repentance works, because it doesn't actually, like, what happens, and this kind of goes back to Omphalos, like this, it all hangs together in a really good way for me, in that, like, ultimately God creates each moment. And ultimately the moment that matters is now. And I'm not sure if I'm being clear, but it seems really clear to me. What?
It's consistent with the whole God sustains creation. So
yeah, God.
Sorry, go ahead, Jacob.
No, you go ahead.
See, I don't need occasionalism and B theory of time. I just say Judaism.
They're all just labels to talk to secularists about the same thing. So, well, the only thought I have, and tell me what you think of this, Jacob, is the one. Well, let me say it this way: it seems relevant that we are able as humans to ascertain or to gain some comprehension of laws or principles, take that wording lightly, behind the causes that we seem to that we see. And so, like, one of my intuitions for making that line up with what you were talking about is to say that God would sustain the principles that cause the water to fall out of the glass, because you could. So basically, I'm pushing what you said back one order, just to account for our abilities to ascertain these laws. Because, to follow what you're saying, it could be that the law of gravitation could change.
I mean,
from
if
one
you
moment
believe
to
in
the other.
miracles, right?
Sure.
And this, I mean, ultimately in Judaism, like this is the difference between Shem Elohim and Shem Havaya, and
Sure.
I will refer you back to Yosef's discussion with Paul Vanderklay about God 1 and God 2, and I am the Lord your God, and like, but ultimately, if you believe in miracles, you believe that God decided and decides on a constant basis what that gravity functions. God could change that at any moment.
Sure.
He could split the Red Sea or
Sure.
the Reed Sea.
Sure.
And I was very, very shocked to find out that the mistranslation from Red Sea to Reed Sea was not in English. It just happens to like correspond in English with missing an E. Like I figured it was like somebody was writing Reed Sea and like instead wrote Red Sea, but apparently it happened in German and it's two different words. But in English, Red Sea and Reed Sea are written very closely alike. So there you go.
Yeah,
Yeah, it wasn't
I mean,
because of English.
yeah, for once. Can you pull up that video, Jacob, with Yosef? Because it also makes me think of the Vervaeke Marceau Vanderklay discussions of miracles, where they were talking about if miracles and specifically the resurrection would be a difference in kind or a difference in degree. I can't remember exactly how Marcel was framing miracles writ large. But yeah, that's an interesting question of whether I would say miracles are consistent with quote laws of nature, or if they change, or if they require a change in the laws of nature. Yeah.
I think that systematizing miracles is kind of beyond the point. So I don't know.
Yeah, I think so. I think the reason why you would have this discussion is because it is for the sake of the people who get hung up on like the consistency of natural principles. Yeah, I feel like there are people who would hinge belief in God on that. Maybe, I don't know.
See, that's what blows my mind, because I've been on Bart Ehrman's blog again, mostly for inspiration for my story. Because I know his story, why he lost faith, and he's very particular about how the story's told.
Yeah.
It is about the problem of suffering, the Odyssey, but really, you could say it's more about his depiction of God that he was raised on.
Sure.
So the god that he was raised with was a god that would intervene and perform miracles when people needed them.
Sure.
And so what I think is interesting, which I think is related to this whole but miracles, can I buy into it? It's like, well, I think it's kind of, if you believe in God, I think it's kind of arrogant to think that you would know what's necessary or unnecessary as far as like suffering is concerned. And that is the Odyssey. as far as I know. It's like there's evil and there's tragedy, and yet God created all of it, is responsible for all of it. That's what it is. That's what it means. And likewise with miracles, like if God wanted to do a miracle, well, of course he, of course he could.
Yeah.
But again, it's just like because I believe in God, I'm not gonna presume that I know what God would do, let alone that I would know better.
Yeah, it's funny how we deal with these little distinctions because I'm actually in a class on a particular theology right now, and in modern analytic philosophy, it started with Alvin Plantinga that most philosophers and theologians don't actually do theology anymore. They do what they call defense. And the reason why Plantinga made that distinction was exactly this concern of we're not in a position to ever speculate with any confidence on why exactly God would do things, specifically why he would have suffering. And so what a defense is a construction of a possible world in which God and suffering could coexist. And that's contrasted with the theology which is supposed to make a claim on how the actual world exists. And so that's a little what you might call a stupid distinction to get around the concern of our epistemic position to continue with the project. But yeah, it's funny how we do those little things.
Okay, so this is the video. It is 2 hours long. The God 1, God 2 stuff is like in the second hour.
Okay.
It is getting to be midnight and like 5 hours into this chat stream, so I am thinking of going to bed.
All right, sounds good.
And none of the rest of you guys are admins because we don't have enough admin seats. If one of the people who is watching is an admin and wants to like jump on, or I guess I could just leave you guys on and you guys could talk until you wish not to talk anymore. And I think like once everybody's off, like after a couple of minutes, it shuts off by itself.
It does.
Okay.
But you wouldn't be able to click anybody back into the discussion.
Right.
But yeah, I think I'm gonna go to bed.
All
right.
Night, Jacob.
Good night.
Good night,
Thanks
guys.
for
Have a good
talking.
one, man.
Oh,
let Tertian-
Andre might be joining you. The StreamYard link is
No admins, huh? Damn.
no admins. Sorry. I wish I had more seats, but I don't. We're working on that, trying to figure it out. They wanted $4,000 for more seats.
Wow.
Crazy.
Wait, how often per year?
Yeah. The thing is, it was like once you're asking for that 16th admin seat, they
Yeah.
know they have you by the short and curlies, you know?
Yeah. For sure.
Okay, Andre, if you're gonna jump on, because otherwise I am going to bed. And if you jump on, you can talk to these guys, but I'm going to bed anyway. But I will click you on if you do. I am going to go. Bye, guys.
See you,
Have a
man.
good one.
Bye. Nope. Poor Andre.
Yeah. No, there's like a lot of stuff I think about being atheistic back in the day. And
Yeah.
I don't know, a lot of things just make a lot of sense now. And it's part of why I talk to so many atheists today. Not to change their mind, but I push them in the axioms a bit, I guess.
Yeah, if I'm honest, it's one of my, I think one of my biggest insecurities, I think, is like, I went through that atheistic phase, and I came through the other side of it. But like, I talked to so many people who went through the same experience, and they seem a lot more sure of themselves than I do. And yeah, I'll often say that like half of my brain, like I can easily go into atheist mode and start arguing that perspective, and it's almost like that makes more rational sense to me. Like I would find that more easy to defend. I would find a more symbolic religious perspective more difficult to defend. I think I can do it, but it doesn't come as strongly, I'd say, as it seems. I mean, this is like typified for me in someone like Michael Faber, who just like seems totally convinced of it. So I don't know.
I'll say the excellent thing about being depressed is that you instantly realize how much your care and your attention orders the world.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's a quote I like to use, or I like to reference. I think it was from Rabbi Sachs. He's really popular in the Jewish community.
Yeah.
But it's something like, I don't have enough faith to be an atheist.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's basically how I feel today.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'm not quite there yet. Yeah, that's definitely not why I'm not an atheist, I'd say. I'm not sure why I'm not an atheist.
I'm serious, man.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
Cool profile pic.
Sorry, I've got a bit lag happening.
All right.
Oh, thanks. I'm guessing Jacob took off.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, you couldn't keep up with his cat.
Needs his beauty sleep now.
Yeah. I guess to shed a little bit of light.
In time because I'm in
Are you in Australia? Is that what you said? I think you said you had a time lag.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've got internet lag and I've got a time zone lag.
That's a double lag. Well, I'm actually curious about. I mean, I've seen.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I'm just curious about how you guys showed up here.
On Jacob's channel, you mean?
Yeah.
Father Stephen DeYoung.
Okay. I found Peterson on my own through the YouTube algorithm. Now I found Paul because I had an ex-CRC pastor for a Bible teacher my sophomore year of high school who recommended Paul Van Recording to me. So that's how I found Jacob through Paul.
What about you, Andre?
I found PVK because he was talking about the 4 Ps of knowing when myself and Mark Lefevre will win our own one on the Viveki server, and he mentioned the parabolic, which both Mark and I were working on, and he talked about the open studio concept.
Oh yeah,
and
yeah,
that was something I was highly jumped.
The open studio on the Bridges and Meaning Discord.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Back when it was like quite active.
Yeah. Yeah, this is sort of the spiritual successor to that. I always enjoy the open chat. It's always fun.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I call it distributed cognition for anyone who needs it.
Yep. Yep.
So, did you want to talk about your spiritual confusion? Is that what you were saying, Andre?
I mean, that's probably an understatement. Like, depending on who you are in like these spaces, there's currently a lot of people that have issue with me. I'll say this.
Why
in this little corner?
I sent an email to Jacob later, but in many servers, and some of I had transgressions, like I had a meltdown on the Viveki server, which I still had not apologized for. But others seemingly mysterious to me. Apparently, it just built up over time due to my character and that I was calling myself being like high-minded and theological and thinky talky, as PVK says, but not actively reading the Bible much, and those are definitely things I've been struggling with, like the last 6 months, and I had been moving to contact either like Jacob or PVK to ask for help, and it had happened that both a couple of groups of people had sort of vented about me, and also Mark did like a 9-hour live stream pretty much detailing like why I was a heretic in his eyes.
Wow. Okay.
Or Gnostic or something.
Sure.
So it is sort of hard to come out to people and say you're struggling with faith and ask for help when you feel like just a global sort of, not global, like a internet cultural sort of like dislike and discontent for you.
Yeah.
I no one really wanted me in those groups, so I had to remove myself from them. But then I would listen, and it would seem like all these people would say like, "Oh, this person, why don't they do anything? Like they need to." Like there was a real air of like that I needed to be self-flagellating, or like I needed to suffer in some way for it, because that was God's lesson. And I don't 100% agree with that, but the fact that I realize that I can't shut myself off from the world. But like I have serious mental health issues, and I was really struggling to deal with everything. And then all these people who I'd been speaking to every single day online suddenly were like enemies of me, calling me evil, calling me heretic, saying they never liked me, and it's hard to even think about how to make ends or like mend bridges when you're in an environment when people are telling you you need to be participating, blah blah blah, but then you get a sense that they don't want you to actually approach.
Yeah, it sounds like a combination
Marx
of.
was asking him questions about what he was talking about, and he had said, "Oh, no one cares. You're a liar, and so it doesn't matter. Just shut up and listen." I'm like, well, so I'm supposed to listen to you and trust your word, but you, like, I can't have a right of reply, and I'm just branded a liar. Like, it seemed like a fair thing.
Yeah, I mean,
so
it sounds like human nature and
yeah,
the internet on top of that. I'm not sure how things are for you outside the internet, but are you on Jacob's server?
I was I'd taken myself completely off Discord. I just connected from everything. I had to spend as much time off as I could. I was like, when you have mental illness, you can't just sort of like jump from one side to the other, because all I ended up doing was getting anxiety from thinking, oh well, what's going on with the people who I was talking to, and then when well, I haven't checked YouTube for like a week, so I'll have a look at one of the most latest videos. I look and there's like 3-4 different small groups, and they're all still talking about their problems with me, even though like I'm not there.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
Well,
like it's
seems like it'd be best to.
I have flaws. I've made transgressions.
I was just gonna
seems like it'd be
say,
best to
Jacob's Little Corner seems to be pretty good. I've seen a lot of higher quality people on this side of. I mean, I haven't really been around nasty people, but I've never really been a part of the BOM or the other subgroups that aren't really Jacob's group. But they seem like good people. I don't really know Mark too well. Every time I've seen him on, I'm not too much of a fan. I don't really follow him.
Mark's Mark. And
that's just kind of how I do it. If I'm not interested in what someone's saying, I generally don't tune back in. So. Like Jacob's good people.
Yeah,
Tezzy's good people.
I've been friends with Mark for quite a few years.
Yeah.
And then he sort of, it confused me, and it was kind of out of character. His position on me now is like, it's still, this Jacob's server has always been quite good, and part of the reason I did want to come on, or at least attempt to, was there are some people who like I can't figure out why they're so vitriolic towards me in general. Because I've listened to some streams and there'll be people in there I've never met or I've like talked to once, and they talk negatively. I'm like, who is this person? But then there's others I have history with. I'm like, okay, like over time, I can listen to what they're saying, and yeah, there are flaws there that I need to correct. But part of the reason is that, like, I've definitely done some wrong to a lot of people that I shouldn't have. I'm flawed. I'm human. I never had wanted to hurt anyone. I'm a malicious person, but I definitely could have done a lot of better job with people, looking out for people, participating, and I've let up. Also, I think being a bit of an intellectual and wearing the critical has really miffed a bunch of people in my communication style. So, like, as I said in the chat, like, I felt like I've lost almost all my faith. I'm trying to start again. I don't feel like it's disappeared, but it's difficult when my only connection to religion was sort of these communities, and now they're sort of being removed, and I also don't feel as if a lot of people want me back in.
Yeah, and it's too bad to hear that people don't want you back in, because I remember seeing you in BOM and seeing you with Mark, and I was never too deep into the work you, Mark, and now Mark and Manuel are doing on the Reiki system, but it was always good to see you guys in communion with each other, and it's always a shame to see when this little corner fails. But we saw that with Nathan Orman. I don't know if you tracked the whole Nathan Orman thing, Andre, but that was definitely another example, and it's there's a real pressure, I think, in this corner that comes from this idea that we're all post deconstruction. I think there's a real sense that this community is for the post deconstructed, and there's not really a lot of room for the deconstruction questions to come back in, mostly because we have a lot of, well, let me say it this way, the many of the vocal characters in this little corner are very hostile and dismissive and impatient with the ideas of deconstruction from religion, and I don't think there's a lot of care taken towards those who either are still there or slip back into it. And I was just sharing when you came back on that I often feel like I'm not as persuaded of the ideas in this little corner as many are, and that does cause me a slight bit of anxiety. I think I'm lucky that I'm not as prone to it, but there is definitely a feeling of inferiority, of that I'll be talking to Mark, and I guess with Mark, I know when to shut up, and to not push any further, because there are definitely some things with him that I disagree with and not satisfied with. I guess I don't always, or I never really push that far into outright challenging. And so, yeah, I'm just sorry to hear that things went a bit south and that this little corner wasn't a place where you could navigate that in community with others. And that, I mean, I don't want to frame your experience, but just that it didn't seem you were able to navigate those questions in this little corner. So, yeah, I'm sorry to hear that.
The process, you raise a good point. The process of the construction, like, I'm willing to put in all my effort and my soul to working on that, whether that's more independently, but participating with others and with some help, but not like relying on spaces for it. What's more pressing to me is not having people publicly saying that I'm evil when I don't feel like I'm not an evil person at all. I've made mistakes, yes, definitely. I've got a lot of people I need to reach out to, apologize to, and humble myself to, and or at least attempt to. But I'm not a heretic. I'm not evil, and that's been one of the things that hurt me the most. Mark, like saying that, like I get off what that's Mark is being like Mark, big character, but like it's been more than a handful of people, and I across different groups, and I just lost all my online communities, and I'm sitting there going, okay, some of it I can see that person's had an issue with it, but so many people, it was just mysterious. I had no idea why a lot of people took umbrage with me.
Well, what kind of things were you saying that made people say these things?
I feel like it's more just the way I had interacted in certain chords, my communication style, because say a year and a half ago, I was like more intellectual. I could come off as pretentious. My ADD is often very... So I talk over people a bit, struggling to rein that in. And I think also the combination of the faith and using the label as Christian, but not attending church, not reading the Bible actively, but also talking about like philosophy, technical subjects, like mentioning things like Heidegger. The pairing of those two really annoyed some people. Because traditionally go together. Like faith is an ethereal thing, and it's a soulful thing. It's in the ephemeral, whereas talking about something like ontology or Cartesianism or something like that, it's the PVK thinky talky. You can sit there and talk about it for ages, but unless you're actually doing something about it and living it, not engaging with the holy realm, and it's not engaging with God.
So you think most you weren't I don't know what verb to use, able, willing to take you mentioned Bible, church, stuff like that. You weren't able to take those steps until people thought that was that you claiming to be a Christian while not being able to do that while coming off as pretentious in these more philosophical thinky-talky subjects. There's all of those factors sort of seems contradictory, maybe, to some, and that's what put them off you, maybe.
Well, I identified that as one of the things. Like there's a couple of people who specifically had mentioned that, but as for other reasons, like I've got no idea. And as for the like, it wasn't. I don't think that to be a Christian you have to specifically read through all of the New Testament Bible study every single week, and you don't have to attend church every single Sunday. Now, I understand the reasons why those things are important and can be much more important for others than some. But where my Christianity had been, which I've been an atheist for like 29 years and then had a faith experience, so I'd only been a Christian, and I was still certain of calling myself that for like about 8 to 12 months at that time. So I was very inspired by Mr. Rogers and his way of conveying Presbyterianism and how he conveyed his theology, because it was very practical and pragmatic, and it was community based. It was helping people. It was loving people. So when having to read a text, even though it is a physical building, even though there's many things to it, but for some people it has no effect compared to other ways of like carrying out their missionary ministry, we'll say. And then Mr. Rogers' way, it highly helped me, whereas the concept of going somewhere every Sunday and sitting down and attending church, I don't think it just was for me. But I think when adding that with like the sort of somewhat actual style I'd come into the group with, that that sort of some people, because you get a mixture of, oh, this guy is saying he's Christian but he's not doing Christian things, but also and he's trying to like use scientism, so psychologism. So I could see why people would not like that.
Yeah, for sure.
See, I'm glad Richard's here because I definitely sympathize with what you're saying, but it is hard for me to relate because a lot of my life is offline. I have to spend, like right now, it's past midnight for me. It's the reason why I'm able to be on right now, because it's not daytime. And so my first thought, like, everything I just want to say is probably like not the right thing to say, but it's just like, man, my instinct is, who cares about these people? I mean, I know, like, you, if it was somebody I knew, it'd mean something more, but I don't know. I've argued with people online. I've had people say stuff before, and like even long before I joined this little corner of the internet, because I gamed a lot. I was like,
Yep.
I grew up
Yep.
with the internet, and I played games all the time, and
Yep.
I guess learned how to shit talk a bit too. And
Yep.
but I don't know. It's like, man, I'm just gonna be where I need to be. If where I'm at isn't where I don't like to be, I don't stay there for long. And I mean, I guess it's easy for me to say since I don't know what your connections are, but I have a pretty strong support system offline. So a lot of stuff that happens here has very little bearing, it's funny that I say that because one of the biggest life changes for me came from online, from meeting Jacob.
Yeah.
Like, he played a big role in me going past my crossroads when I became convinced atheism wasn't tenable. It was in that weird spot, and I was going to talk about it earlier. I'm just going to briefly mention it here. I was at a point where I realized, practically speaking, atheism doesn't make sense. The religious life it's not even more defensible. It's defensible. The atheist lifestyle isn't defensible. And I can get into that all day, and I love getting into it with atheists all the time. But that doesn't mean that I thought, Christianity was true, Judaism was true. Like, that was like one step. The next step was, okay, does that mean it's true? I don't know. That's why I was at a crossroads for a while. But anyway.
So, did you go, because you mentioned Heidegger, Jacob, did you hit Heidegger, then straight to Jacob, and that's, like, how you entered this corner? Or were there more figures involved?
Oh, for me?
Yeah.
So yeah, it wasn't Heidegger, it was Kierkegaard.
Oh, sorry, Kierkegaard. My apologies.
Yeah, there was a lot. Like, the very first person that I hit, it's gonna be funny because it's not who you're gonna expect, but it was Brett Weinstein.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's because Brett, I didn't realize he lived 15 minutes away from me, basically.
Yeah, pretty close.
That was my red pill into the culture war.
Okay.
And yeah, that's kind of what kicked off everything. But
Okay.
his idea of religion within an evolutionary lens, that's really what first kicked open the door for me.
Got it. For sure.
Which I don't hold that view.
Yeah.
I don't agree with his view
Sure.
today, but that I never saw religion in that way before.
Yeah.
And then there are a lot more stops. But yeah. But yeah,
I actually.
Oh, no, go ahead.
My paths were the same with Jacob. This will sound quite stupid, but I was asking Jacob about the Kabbalah because I was a fan of an anime, Evangelion.
Oh yeah.
And the concept of the Door of Guf. And I asked him a question on a stream, and he was surprised. Had such a misreference of that, and at the time, I was like reading either Old Testament or the Torah, thinking, okay, I wasn't trying to find anything, then that's great. If not, I would understand others better. And it's a very important text. I ended up deciding to read the Torah, and there's a lot of parts of Judaism I like, but it's not for me for certain reasons. But I had, because of what I had read and other things, I had a religious experience, a faith experience, finding God. So yeah, all comes back to heaven, really.
Well, and something I want to say before I forget, or if I have to hop off to go to bed soon, is I relate with your story as far as the 29 years of atheism into all of a sudden religious experience. I mean, it wasn't like an instantaneous moment for me. It just kind of happened over time. But in the grand scheme of my life so far, it definitely was just a moment. But I was worried about that too. I guess that is something that resonated with me is, you know, I was drawn to this corner through the philosophical and the intellectual. And it's like, man, at the end of the day, am I going to be okay just going to a church and being satisfied? Because I don't know. I'm really interested in all the theological stuff. And all the more reason why I love Judaism. But I guess what I wanted to say is it's not a bad thing. I think we're all here for a reason. We have our particular interests and strengths. And so I naturally think people like you and I think a lot of people in this corner are here for similar reasons. That's something that you got to explore, and it has to make sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, that said, I'm not going to say
part of
don't
it
do
also
anything.
comes down to yeah. Part of the issue comes down to chronological issues too, because I suffer from extreme insomnia. So the idea of 9 a.m. Sunday church, logistically, has always been quite hard for me as well. Even though I do want to and see if like the physical seeing the church is for me, but it's online spaces like this have seemed like not so much a placeholder, but like they've been my church in a way.
Yeah.
And theologically, like what the church is an extension of it's the body which connects to the Godhead. If I remember correctly, and the physical manifestation of it is the space where we meet for rituals and engage in a community. But,
yeah, I get that, man.
Okay, so yeah, I realize it's quite late for you guys. I hearing me out first time I've had a chance to actually have anyone like hear where I'm coming from without like massive judgment or anything like that.
Well, you got lucky on tonight's stream. You got some good people on, so not talking about me.
And Andrew, in a stream a couple weeks or so ago, you were talking about mental health issues. Let's just say, I hope you're doing well with those. I tried to comment at the time. Things are hard. I've gone through them, and just best of luck dealing with them. That's just what I wanted to say.
Yeah, I've got a lot of like outpouring of support and whatnot ever since that stream, and it's been very great, very gracious. So thank you.
Yeah, and Andre, it's good to run into you again, and it's good to, I don't know, just because I mean this last half hour for me has also been the first time I've sort of opened up about you know, a feeling of doubt and stuff like that. So I'm glad we got to run into each other and just share our experiences, and I'm glad this was hopefully helpful to you, and hopefully it continues to be a place where we can share stories and hopefully not judge, so that we might not be judged either, and that we can be what we need to be to each other, and to provide strength to one another for what we need. So yeah, it's just thank you for the provocation to have this conversation. And yeah, I hope it was helpful. So.
That's right. Very well said. Thanks. It was very helpful. I appreciate it immensely.
My pleasure.
You need to do good to others. You're good people. So,
hope to see you sometime.
God bless.
You as well.
Have a good night.
Yeah, I'll hop off. See you guys later.
Good night, guys.
Good night. And then there was one. I think if we've gotten to the point that we're having theological infights, we are not dealing with the meaning crisis properly enough. I think if we in this little corner were honest with ourselves, that we have risen from trying to deal with the meaning crisis, we wouldn't be having these theological infights as much. We'd be actually participating in our traditions by being compassionate. I am getting personal now. I'm very grateful for everyone who's reached out so far. I don't think I'm going to or should stop talking about, it's a depression or meaning crisis, whatever, because I still don't think I as a person or we as a culture have dealt with it well enough. One thing I'd like to briefly touch on is that when people start talking about this stuff, you can't just be compassionate or whatever, or start talking in that lovey-dovey tone, you know, like, oh, I hear what you're saying. It's so bad that that's happened to you, something like that, you know, because if you're the person on the other end of that, it's as if every conversation becomes the same. You very quickly realize that other people are unable to process such a situation. And that just makes you feel more isolated. So, as general advice, if people are sharing things that you can't respond well to, fit into your frame or whatever, sometimes it's good to remain silent, you know. Because silence it's authentic and it allows whatever the other person to articulate their thoughts, to be authentic as well. Like, a lot of, this is going to be really strange, a lot of like guides for talking to someone who is depressed, like, for instance, a school counselor will tell the class, if someone tells you they're depressed, tell them to see a counselor or whatever. What that stuff ends up doing is that, like, whenever someone does say that they're depressed, people either panic, start going on some like pre-rehearsed line, or just like have no idea what to do with it. You know? I don't think you should play games with people who are being vulnerable with you. So when this sort of stuff happens in this little corner, because this little corner is responding to the meaning crisis, you are going to get people who have been through the meaning crisis and have therefore come to this little corner. Yeah, when you guys deal with this stuff, you got to be authentic. And I hope you're authentically good. I mean, heck, you know, isn't that what all this is for? Have a good one. In general, I don't think how, I don't know if I should say this. I don't think people realize how much like depression can change your thinking, because people have been thanking me for being so vulnerable and whatnot. And I mean, all I had to do was when you're depressed, you stop caring, you know? That's what I've, you could say, exacted or learned from depression. So me talking about it really like, I get emotional in the moment, but I'm not. Honestly, the thing that I'm like most worried about, and the reason why I'm talking about this, is that like it seems like nobody else is bringing this up. Um, I was really excited when this little corner started talking about the meaning crisis, because it seemed like it was addressing a real problem that nobody else was addressing. And now it seemed like this little corner has kind of dropped the ball. Yeah. Like, when you're depressed, you think there's like no hope because when you talk about it, nobody responds well. And you know that like they're not going to respond better. And this little corner, knowing about the meaning crisis and not diving into it more is not. It's like proving depression right. And that's why I am so insistent upon bringing this up. I think if I were truly to be not depressed, I'd have to address this sort of stuff. So I'm sure it's very concerning for everyone involved, but I don't know, it's what's got to be done. Right. It's like 1:30 where I am. I'm probably gonna head to bed. But it's always great talking. Even when I'm silent, it's always great being silent. You know. All right. Good night, y'all.